Hello, good morning or afternoon or evening, whatever it is. I am back. I'm sorry I was gone for so long, but I am back. I feel good. My back is, can I say back anymore? But I am feeling so much better and the pain is gone. Just have to get through the next few weeks of lifting restrictions. But other than that, I am good. So I'm glad to see you guys here. Thank you, Gabby, for the welcome back. Mr. George, where have you been? You've been gone as long as I have. A little suspicious, don't you think? But thank you. I am glad to be back. Hello, Flash fan. Thank you. Yes, I do have a spooky Halloween background. Also, anybody that tuned in live or on replay to Baker's channel on Saturday, um, thank you. And I had so much fun over there. So it was a great time. Um, I had kind of short notice on a costume that there was costume day. So had to come up with something. And I think he called me $1 Barbie. And I thought, I should have said I'm a $4 stripper. Didn't think about it. Didn't think about it, but that's my fault. Anyway, so I should be back to my regular schedule now um, of 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And so we should just be rolling along now. I'm ready to go. I'm hoping I remember how to do all this. Well, Flash fan, I hope you were able to eat your breakfast. Yeah. I should have uploaded those screenshots you sent me, Gabby. I forgot. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, I was a Barbie. Or like I called myself, Walmart Dolly Parton. So, all right, we will get started. I won't sit here and waste any more time. The trial that we are going to watch is a cold case trial. Um, the guy on trial is Ronald. Well, and so I would have called him Schroeder, like Judge Schroeder in Wisconsin, but apparently Schroeder in Wisconsin is Schrader. So Ronald Schroeder is on trial for unaliving his 7-week-old baby back on August 25th, 1991. They were looking at him at the time of baby Catherine's passing, but I don't know why they didn't think they had enough then, but 30 years later, they do have enough to charge him. They charged him 30 years to the day of her passing. Hello, Kelly. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm glad to be back. Glad to see you. They charged him with, I have to look so I don't say it wrong, first degree reckless homicide, physical abuse of a child. And then the charges were later amended to first degree unaliving and child abuse, intentional causing great harm. 6 months after he was charged, his lawyer argued that the charges should be dismissed because of a due process violation, mainly because 17 defense witnesses are no longer living. And then there was a signed promise from the prosecutors not to charge Mr. Schrader after a 1999 reinvestigation. The judge said no. So in 2008, Mr. Schrader was convicted of second degree SA, 26 counts of secretly photographing an ex-girlfriend and a battery in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. And he was order to register as a, we'll say it as Baker says, a SMEX offender for life and sent to prison, but I don't know how long. He is in custody at this present time. And so he's not, not great, not a great guy. Hey, Christine, how are you doing? I was thinking about you, and I hope that all the stuff that was going on with your throat and the I think you had some biopsies or something done. I hope all that stuff came back good and clear, and there was nothing to be concerned about. So we are going to start with opening statements. I will tell you, I don't know if this is the cameraman or camerawoman or just camera person's first time ever running a camera. It's pretty good. It's pretty okay during opening statements. But once you get into witnesses, oh my, I apologize for their inability to run a camera. I can't help them because I don't know who they are. I did watch Boone. I watched that over with Baker and Mo, so I basically had both of their channels going. I am so glad that thing did not go 3 weeks. I couldn't figure out why it would need to go to 3 weeks. It all came to the appropriate end, and she's going to sit for probably at least 25 years regretting that she did not take the deal that the prosecution gave her. And also, I was wondering why they even offered it to her, because their case was pretty open and shut as far as I was concerned. The videos did her in. The text messages to his family were horrific. Like, what are you doing? Hey, Memento Mori, good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you are doing well. Okay, so these are opening statements. The judge kind of makes me laugh after I've only listened to the part of the state's opening statements because I was curious and I had to make sure that the sound was going to be okay, because we all know that the attorneys are for some reason allergic to microphones, and they are still in this case, but we can hear the witnesses just fine, and that's the important part. So let me bring him up. I have it boosted, not all the way. We may probably have to mess around with it more with the witnesses, because the attorneys and the witnesses do have a big difference between the volume in their voices. Again, like I just said, hello, Boomher. You expect they offered to Sarah Boone to get her to go away. I agree. I agree. I think Owens thought he'll come in, she'll take the deal, he can be the hero, and didn't work out. Did not work out. Oopsies. That's all I can say. All right, I got closed captions going. We are boosted, so please let me know how this sound is and what I need to do, and I will try to fix it. I'm still just trying to remember how to do everything. So, all right.
The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show, so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. So we begin with the state, which has the burden. Mr. Torrance.
Oh, I also forgot to tell you, there's like plexiglass between wherever the cameraman is, as you can kind of like see the reflection And where the prosecutor is right now, he can never, whenever the courtroom is set up very strange, like the prosecutor table's here and then the defense table is back behind. It's very strange. But anytime they go to focus on the defendant, it cannot focus. So it's always blurry. Yeah. Yes. Behind a screen. I don't I don't know. I don't know. I hope not long, Boomher, because he does not need to pay that woman another dime. I hope he already has custody the of their son. I hope that's done. And if not, that it's done very, very soon because that woman, she does not need access to that child. Also, these guys are horrible with their mics. They're horrible.
Ladies and gentlemen, this trial begins with the number 2. There are only 2 people in this entire world that could cause the death of Catherine Schroeder: the defendant and Catherine's mother, Christine. Only 2 people in the entire world had the opportunity to abuse Catherine to the point that she ended up in a hospital on August 25th of 1991. Only 2 people in the entire world had the opportunity and ability to silence this child's life at the age of 7 weeks. The last person, Catherine Schroeder, before she became unresponsive on August 25th of 1991, was this defendant. At 11 p.m., one day before, August 24th, this defendant arrived home. And Christine told this defendant that she's having problems getting Catherine to eat. Catherine wasn't eating all day. In fact, earlier that day, Christine told this defendant that she wanted to take Catherine to the hospital, that something was gravely amiss with her daughter. And it was this defendant who talked her out of it. So, just after 11 p.m. on August 24th, Christine hands her 7-week-old daughter to this defendant. And this defendant says he feeds Catherine. And during that feeding and after that feeding, he says he gives 3 ounces. He gives his daughter back to Christine. And Christine immediately notices her daughter's kindness. That something is gravely amiss. She instructs the defendant to call 911. Catherine was rushed to Children's Hospital by the first responders that came out to the residence. What they found was a pulseless, non-breathing, 7-week-old infant. They worked their hardest to regain a pulse on that ambulance ride to Children's Hospital, Wisconsin. They gave her medication, they gave her CPR. None of it was working. She remained for the entirety of that ambulance ride, pulseless, non-breathing, unresponsive. And you're going to see from the ambulance report that her notes indicate that when they got on scene, 5 minutes after that 911 call, they found what they put in their report as a child that was probably dead. When Catherine was admitted to Children's Hospital, Wisconsin, the emergency room doctor started working on her immediately. She was intubated. She was given medication to try and regain a pulse. And for some time, they were able to regain a pulse. You're going to hear that a CT examination was done of her head. That CT examination revealed that her brain was swelling to the point that the sutures on her skull were separating. That the ridges in the brain were going away because they were pressing against the skull. That she had bilateral subdural bleeding on both sides of her brain, which is caused from rupturing of bridging veins. You're going to learn what bridging veins are over the course of this trial and what causes ruptures of bridging veins. And it's motion inside of the head, where the brain is going one way and the skull is going the other way, that causes those veins to rupture and bleed. You're going to hear that there's actual damage inside her brain. You're going to hear that there was subarachnoid bleeding on her brain. Subarachnoid bleeding is highly, highly concerning in this case because it makes the child immediately symptomatic when that bleeding occurs. You're going to hear, and you're going to see that Catherine had too numerous to count retinal hemorrhages in her eyes. So many retinal hemorrhages in her eyes that when they opened her eyes on autopsy, you can see it with the naked eye. All the little pinpoint specks of blood everywhere throughout the retinas. You're going to hear that despite the best efforts of the emergency room physician at Children's Hospital, Wisconsin, she was declared deceased on August 25th of 1991, the very day that she was admitted just hours earlier. Dr. Carl Weidel is going to be one of the emergency room physicians who's going to come, take the stand, and testify. He's the emergency room physician that declared that Catherine was deceased. He's the first doctor of many that wrote in a report that the cause of her death, the cause of her medical condition, was shaken baby syndrome. You're going to hear from the first responding police officer in 1991 to the hospital. He was called out at 4 o'clock in the morning because the doctors were so concerned about what they saw that they got law enforcement involved. His name's David Novi. He talked to the doctors, he talked to a social worker that was involved in this case, and then he met with both the parents independently. What you're going to hear is that both parents, Christine and the defendant, parroted the same story. That the defendant came home at approximately 11 p.m. that evening, that Christine was having problems getting Catherine to eat until she asked the defendant to feed Catherine. Then they sat on the couch and they did it together. And what Christine told law enforcement that morning was that this defendant was never alone with Catherine that evening. That statement was a statement made to protect the man that had been accusing her. That statement can be looked at in a vacuum or it can be looked at in the context of her relationship with this defendant. And it's a relationship that starts when Christine is at college with her sister. She shares a dorm room with her sister Elizabeth a year before. She's starting to see this defendant. And during the context of that relationship, anytime this defendant is around, Christine, who's otherwise social, enjoys going out with her sister Elizabeth, enjoys going out with friends, her entire life becomes this defendant. Every time he visits college, she only spends time with him. Shortly thereafter, she drops out of college her first year, and they get what's referred to as an economy apartment on First and Lake. where the domestic violence begins. Christine, not even weighing 100 pounds, is told that she's fat. She's told that she's ugly. She's told that her family doesn't love her. All by this defendant. He controls who she goes around. He controls who she spends time with. And you're going to hear from the family who had a close, loving relationship with a sister, with a niece, about how that suddenly was removed when she became involved with this defendant. That when they did see her, she had bruises on the inside of her arms, sometimes very large bruises on the inside of her arms, and on other areas of her body. And the family was concerned, based on the appearance of those bruises, about this relationship and what was happening in this relationship. But she was being isolated. She was being kept from her family. She was being removed from her family and controlled by this defendant.
No, 7 weeks.
In that
7 weeks.
apartment, this defendant slammed Christine down to the point that she injured her back. She couldn't.
So Christine is the mother. Catherine was the daughter, and she was 7 weeks old. Christine is not charged in this. But so I don't believe they were ever married. So that's who he's talking about now is Catherine, the baby who did pass away, mother, and how she was covering for him at the time when she said that they were never alone together. But wait, there's more. I'd love to tell you this gets better. It does not. Nope.
Turned her head for a period of time. That he was violent with her, that he was abusive with her. That he would punch her in her hair and punch her in her body in areas that would be hidden by her clothes. That she would change her wardrobe, change what she wore to conceal these injuries. And then Christine became pregnant. They moved into the apartment on Waterford. You're going to hear from neighbors, a neighbor that lived in that same apartment building, about the domestic violence that they heard this defendant exert on Christine. So loud it could be heard in a different apartment in the building. You're going to hear that the defendant's own mother was staying with him for a period of time while Christine was pregnant. And in one of these acts of anger, this defendant threw Christine down and sat on her pregnant stomach. His own mother there was a witness. To the point that Christine calls out for her family and asks for help that evening, only later to retract it. Why? Because of this defendant. Catherine was born on July 3rd, 1991. It's a memorable day, one day before July 4th. It was a happy occasion for most of the family. It was a happy occasion for Christine. I suspect it was a happy occasion for the defendant. Slightly premature, Catherine would remain in the hospital for a few days before demonstrating that she was a eater and a grower, which means she was a healthy, premature baby. Ladies and gentlemen, August 25th of 1991 would not be the first time that Catherine would be hospitalized. On July 22nd of 1991, this defendant was feeding Catherine. A feeding after which Catherine's entire abdomen was bruised and patterned after which Christine said the child needs to go and see the pediatrician. And they take their child, Catherine, to the pediatrician's office. Dr. David Novi, you're going to hear from this, Dr. David Love, you're going to hear from him in this trial as well. Dr. David Love is so concerned about the bruising that he sees on Catherine's abdomen that he makes a referral of this Catherine to go to the hospital and notifies Child Protective Services. Who starts investigating this. It's pattern bruising. You're going to see the photographs of that bruising on her abdomen. This defendant was interviewed by a social worker at the hospital regarding that bruising. And the explanation that this defendant gives is that A, Catherine had no bruising prior to this defendant feeding Catherine on the morning of July 22nd of 1991. Okay. Catherine started having difficulty breathing when this defendant was administering a feeding, and so he flipped her over his arm and was patting her on the back, and she must have rubbed her stomach somehow on his belt buckle. That is the explanation, that is the excuse that this defendant gives. You're going to hear that Children's Hospital was handling a random number of tests. You're going to hear ultimately that Catherine was sent back home with the defendant and Christine, only to be back in the hospital a few weeks later. After Catherine's death, an autopsy was performed on her body. The doctor who performed that autopsy, the medical examiner, passed away. That doctor cannot come into this courtroom and testify. That doctor wrote a report. That doctor had photos taken. There were a number of different experts that looked at the pathology, that child's brain, the eyes. And you're going to hear from the medical examiner from Waukesha County, Dr. Westwell Coleman, who reviewed all of the work done by that forensic pathologist, independently reviewed the photographs, independently reviewed all of the reports, these reports, the medical history, the medical records for this child, and concluded that Catherine Schroeder died as a result of blunt force trauma, and her manner of death ruling is homicide. Dr. Tomac is not only going to talk about that, she's going to talk about when she sees these types of severe injuries to the brain. She's going to tell you about accidental situations where you can see these same injuries. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not a fall down. It's not a short fall. Where you see the types of severe injuries that Catherine Schroeder had on the inside of her head are from significant, massive forces, such as a car accident. A significant car accident. Dr. Tomac is going to talk to you about when and how she sees injuries like she saw in Catherine. This case doesn't end there. For almost 3 years thereafter, this defendant would continue to exert his control over Christine Schroeder. They would move in for a period of time into their parents' house, Christine's parents' house, where he would leave books out with certain titles. How to Get Away with Crime. How to Implicate Somebody Else. Christine's parents worried about her, knowing that this case was being investigated for a homicide, talked to her about getting a lawyer. And this defendant was so concerned about her getting a lawyer that he wanted to talk with Christine about what she would say to the lawyer about him. In 1994,
Good morning, Zach. Good comment. I think he is. I'm doing just fine. And little Tadpole is back in Texas. So she made it back last night. Had a good flight, wasn't full. So she's home. And my dogs were sad this morning when they didn't see her. I can tell you that. So I was too. But it's good to see you, Zach. And I do think he's mad. I do think he's mad about losing that first chair trumpet. I have not heard anything about band and being first chair in forever. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
Or Christine would finally have the strength to lead this defendant, to get rid of his control. She forced him. So he moved on. In January of 1996, this defendant started courting a woman by the name of Waukesha. She was a model. She was pretty. For a while, she refused the defendant's advances. By March of 1996, they were involved in a relationship. Shortly thereafter, he gave her a pager. The expectation with that pager is every time it rang with his call, she was to answer. Every time he called, she better say where she was. Soon, she couldn't go anywhere without him. Told Christine she was fat. Told Christine she was ugly. Told Christine family didn't love her. In 1996, he's telling Brenda the exact same things. You are fat. You are ugly. Your family doesn't love you. Brenda has a child with this friend. His name is Hunter. You're going to hear about a situation where this defendant was the only person with Hunter in November of 1997. Hunter was in a car carrier. Hunter was hungry. Hunter was fussy. And Brenda went to go make a bottle for Hunter. When Brenda heard a cry that she's never heard before, her son. A cry that tells a mother that something is wrong. She went from the kitchen into the living room to see a bloody rag covering her child's face, and this defendant saying, I don't know what happened. Brenda took Hunter to the doctor, but she didn't report the circumstances of how this defendant left that child. Like Christine, she didn't report that this defendant was alone with Catherine moments before Catherine went unresponsive. Brenda, too, didn't report the circumstances. She didn't report those circumstances because she was being physically abused. She was being controlled. She was being isolated. You're going to hear that at some point through the course of her relationship, she questioned the defendant about the death of Catherine. In fact, you're going to hear when Hunter was being born at the hospital, that this defendant said, please don't mention that I have any other children. Why? when she questioned this defendant about the death of Catherine, that this defendant first said it was a SIDS death. Wrong. Not a single person who has reviewed this case has ever come to that conclusion. No one. A self-serving conclusion for him. But Brenda keeps pushing. She wants to know the circumstances around the death of Catherine because she's heard conflicting information. A social worker has visited her, warned her. And this defendant becomes violent with her again. You're going to hear about the pattern of domestic violence that existed between this defendant and Brenda. For a period of time, she moved out from him, only for him to beg for her to come back home. She too was left with bruises on her body. How she too was isolated and controlled. That wouldn't be the last, though. Then would have a third relationship with a woman named Nicole. Together they had a child named Hannah. Beautiful name that I'm fond of for a number of reasons. My oldest has the same name. You're going to hear that Hannah, too, was hospitalized after being with this defendant. You're going to hear that Nicole and this defendant, the only caretakers for Hannah, put Hannah down for a nap. This defendant reported that he checked on Hannah and found her having difficulty breathing, vomiting, blood. You're going to hear as a result of this, this defendant being the last person with Hannah, Hannah was taken to the hospital. Hannah was examined by doctors. Let me tell you what doctors found on Hannah. Petechial bruising on her cheeks. Petechia on her scalp. Petechial bruising on her lower back. A short, narrow, linear collection of bruising on her sternum. 2 parallel lines of petechial bruising on her abdomen. A cluster of petechial bruising over the upper right quadrant of her stomach as well. Bruising under her chin. Multiple small subconjunctival hemorrhages in her eyes, bruising to her eyelids. That's what was observed on the outside of her body. Here's what was happening on the inside of her body. She had a displaced fracture of her first rib. She had fractures of her right ribs, number 4, number 7, and number 8. 6th and 7th ribs on the left side were fractured. She had posterior fractures that were healing of the 6th, 5th, 7th, and 8th ribs. She had a CML or classic metaphyseal lesion fracture of her femur bone, largest bone in the human body. And a classic metaphyseal fracture of her proximal tibia. 12 whole fractured bones in a non-mobile infant child. You're going to hear that a child abuse pediatrician examined Hannah and concluded that her injuries were the result of physical abuse. The final witness that you're going to hear from in the state's case is Dr. Lynch. She's a board-certified child abuse pediatrician. She's a board-certified pediatrician. Her job is to look at cases of child abuse and either say this is child abuse, I can't determine this is child abuse, or rule out child abuse. She was hired by the Milwaukee County District Attorney's office in this case to review the case of Catherine and to review the case of Hannah. And she's going to talk about the significance of bruising on non-mobile children. She's going to talk about the significance of abdominal bruising, how it's highly associated, if not diagnostic, in a non-mobile child for child physical abuse. She's going to talk about the fractures in both of these children. Because remember, Catherine also had rib fractures that were found in autopsy. She's going to talk about the mechanisms for causing those fractures: squeezing, compression on the rib cage. She's going to talk about nature and types of forces that are needed to cause abusive head trauma or shaken baby syndrome. But most importantly, she's going to talk about striking similarities in the injuries to Catherine Schroeder and Hannah Schroeder. Those striking similarities in the bruising pattern and the rib fractures are this defendant's signature of abuse on these children. It's him leaving his mark. $33, 3, and 12. If Catherine Schroeder were alive today, she'd be 33 years old, 3 months, and 12 days. That's what this defendant took from this earth. During voir dire, a lot was made about Mr. Torbenson. This case isn't about Mr. Torbenson. It's not about facts. This case is about the evidence and who is responsible for the death of Catherine Schroeder. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm asking that you listen closely to all the evidence. At the end of this trial, I ask that you find this defendant guilty based on the evidence you've heard in this court. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your attention.
Number one, CCs on this are horrible. They just called Catherine Captain. Number two, if everything the state just said is true, this guy is horrible. When I was kind of looking at the news about this, because I still don't understand yet why it took 30 years to charge him. The judge is not allowing anything about him being Silly the Clown in there. He thought it would be prejudicial. And I was like, dang it. But they still said it was Silly the Clown. So I put that on my thumbnail. And then I found out today when I was looking into it a little bit further, they aren't allowing that. Also, there is a medical examiner who they subpoenaed, apparently, and he ignored the subpoena. Not sure what's up with him. And then there was another medical examiner that was involved in this case that quit very shortly after he joined wherever that was, with this other medical examiner that ignored his subpoena. I have no idea what's going on with those guys. They didn't really say anything else about it in the news. I don't know if he got arrested for ignoring the subpoena. I don't know. But again, if everything this guy said is true, I thought I had that playing faster. My apologies. This guy's a piece of crap. And those other babies are lucky they're alive. And I hope they are alive and well and with no lingering effects from what he allegedly may have done to them.
Thank you. We'll turn to the defense. Ms. Pakes.
There's that awful. That never gets better. But that's him. Over there, Larry. I think
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've just heard an emotional accusation. Accusation is not evidence, and emotion is not evidence. But emotion and accusation are very powerful. And the reason they're so powerful and the reason they're being used so much is because the facts don't fit the crime. And I'm going to go through the facts, and you will hear several discrepancies between Mr. Torbensen's version and the version you will hear that we think you will hear from the witnesses. This case is old. Evidence is no longer available. Key investigators have died. Witnesses have died. Witnesses that remain, their memories are faded. And key pieces of physical evidence have been destroyed. We no longer have the x-rays that were taken. We no longer have the CT scans. There was an autopsy in 1991, and material that could shed light on Katie's position or her condition were not preserved. And that missing evidence does not affect the state's ability to prosecute, but it does affect our ability to defend. There can be no thorough, reliable, independent evaluation in this case.
is that better or is it too loud?
And the ability for independent evaluation is extremely important because this is essentially a medical prosecution. Katie died unexpectedly, and she had medical findings that could not be easily explained. And some of those findings were suspicious for trauma. And because it's an infant, there's a presumption of abuse. There's a lot of room for speculation in this case. So how will the state get from suspicious for abuse to an accusation of first-degree intentional homicide? Because what Mr. Torbensen has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that there was a crime. That's his first burden. He has to prove that there was an intent to kill, meaning a mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or an awareness that their conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. It's our position he will not meet that burden. There are no medical findings unique for abuse. There's no magic test for abuse. It's not like pregnancy or cancer or other conditions where you have a test, you look under a microscope. There's a lot of speculation in this case. And whether Mr. Torbensen can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that A, there was the crime that he's charged, and B, that a person did it, it's your decision and your decision alone, and it's your decision based on everything you will hear in this courtroom. And you have the benefit, unlike the doctors, of listening to all the evidence. So to the extent that we have facts and evidence that have not been destroyed or compromised, here's what the evidence will show. Christine and Ron met in the late 1980s. They married in 1991. It was not a great marriage. Ron was a terrible partner to Christine. They had an abusive relationship. And she got rid of him, as Mr. Torbensen said. In 1994, she moved out. She filed for divorce. She was done with him 6 months later. She entered a new relationship, and she's still in that relationship today. During that marriage, the marriage of Christine and Ron, they had 2 children. We've heard about Katie, the firstborn, who died tragically in August of 1991. And as terrible as Ron was in his relationship with Christine and adult women, you will hear that he was happy to have a child, and he was involved with Katie. He went to birth classes, prenatal visits. He decorated the hospital room with balloons, and he would give Katie rolling kisses. He would grab her and give her kisses. And over the years, the police have interviewed Christine several times, including after the divorce in 1996 or 95. in 1998, in 1999, and yes, she confided to investigators that Ron was abusive to her, but she had nothing bad to say about his relationship with Katie. What do we know about Katie? She was born July 3rd, 1991. She was born slightly premature, 35 weeks. From the records we do have, we know it was not an easy delivery. It was a traumatic birth. They had to use the forceps to pull her out. Her head was swollen from the pressure on it. She moved through the birth canal and they pulled her out. And we don't know whether from that birth there was a pre-existing condition that existed on August 25th of 1991. We know that after her premature traumatic birth, she had trouble breathing and eating. Babies are premature, they apneic or trouble breathing is expected. They had to insert a feeding tube in the hospital. You'll hear mom had a lot of trouble breastfeeding in the hospital, and again at her July 30th visit, the baby was refusing to breastfeed. In August, when Christine's sister visited her, Katie was fine. The only problem mom really had was the breastfeeding. Ron and Christine followed up with all of Katie's appointments. July 12th, everything was fine. Pediatrician. July 17th, everything was fine, again with the pediatrician. Then we come to July 21st. I'll call this the carnival ride. Ron and Christine and Katie get in the car and they pick up Ron's mother, Delphine, and her dogs, her two dogs. I don't know if you can see that. They pick up Delphine and her two dogs. They go for a drive. It's the only picture we have of that time of Ron's mother, the baby, and the dogs. They go to
What the heck was that? It looked like an ultrasound picture. I can't even know if we can even blame the stupid glass for that one. I don't know who that was supposed to be. Sorry. Oh my goodness.
They stop at a festival. They leave Katie in the car, in her car seat with Delphine. Christine and Ron go on a ride. At some point they return. When they return, nothing seems amiss. Katie's strapped in her car seat. After the festival, all of them head to Ron and Christine's apartment. It's a small one bedroom. It's a small one bedroom. The baby sleeps in the large room in the corner. There's a bassinet and a crib there. Ron and Christine have their bedroom. There's a couch. When Delphine sleeps over, she sleeps on the couch in the large room. It's a 600 or 700 square foot apartment. It's very small. Christine reported that night getting up several times to feed the baby during the night. Ron said that around 8 o'clock in the morning or so, he changed the baby. He changed Christine. Now, Mr. Torbenson says that Ron's version was he did not see bruising. What Ron actually said was he didn't notice any bruising, right? We don't know what the baby was wearing. Was it a onesie, right? May have not have noticed when he changed the diaper. We don't know where he was when he changed her. We don't know if the room was dark. Sometimes when you're not looking for something, you don't see it. So he didn't say, I did not notice. He just said, I did not notice, not that it wasn't there. We know after the diaper change, Katie was fed around 8:30. And sometime around that time, she was spitting up milk through her nose and she was holding her breath and she wasn't breathing. And because she was premature, you'll hear they were sent home with a suction bulb. Babies that are premature are nose breathers, and if, sometimes they nose, and they took this suction bulb and they started suctioning out of her mouth and her throat, which she was vomiting. The mother reported, Christine reported, for perhaps 45 minutes they had suction. There was sporadic suctioning and breathing problems, and Katie continued to be irritable. So they take her to Dr. Lautz. And when Katie and Ron are at Dr. Lautz's and the mother removes the diaper, that's when the mother first noticed the weird bruises and abrasions. And here's what they look like. Okay.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did not know that was coming.
And it was concerning, so they photographed it. The bruising is superficial. It's not, the internal organs are fine. It's not life-threatening. And she's an infant and no one has an explanation. And so certainly it's concerning. Dr. Lautz is concerned, rightfully so. And so he sends Ron and Christine to Children's Hospital. So they get in the car and they drive Katie to Children's Hospital. And they tell Children's Hospital that she started to become irritable the night before, the night of the carnival ride.
Yeah.
Children's is concerned. They immediately assign a social worker and they immediately notify CPS. And the social worker from Child Protection and Advocacy interviews the parents and asks in the past 24 hours, who's been around the baby? It's grandma, her poodles, mom, and dad. That's it. Social worker asks Christine and Ron, what do you think happened? They don't really know. Ron's theory is it was his mother's dogs, his mother, or he did it when he was trying to suction Katie and get the vomit out of her throat and her mouth, when he was panicked and handling her roughly. Meanwhile, Milwaukee County Child Protection Services assigns a social worker, an experienced investigator, Erica Doman, to investigate abuse, and she comes to the hospital. At the same time, the hospital is looking to see if Katie has a bleeding disorder. Mom reports perhaps a history of easy bleeding in the family. They run some tests. She has one abnormal result. She's got a low level of what you need to clot, one ingredient that you need to clot, and perhaps she bleeds more than an infant who is normal. At this point, the hospital does not know whether this abnormal result is due to genetics or her age, but she has it, and they recommend that in 6 months she be retested to see if her levels are normal, and she recommends the parents get tested. And that is never done. The reason she has it isn't important. The fact is she knows we know she has this condition, and a question is, how does this contribute to her condition on August 25th? At the hospital, while they're investigating this bruising, the blood specialist asks Mom, have you noticed any bleeding with Katie? And Mom says, no. The only incident she can conjure up is maybe a lip bruise from her struggles with breastfeeding. And we don't really have any information about this. There's no photograph. It's not really referenced in the medical records. So we're left to speculate as to what that means. Ultimately, Children's chalks the bruising up to rough handling and the suctioning of the baby, and they send her home with the parents. But now Ron and Christine are under the child protection microscope, as they should be, and they're under the critical eye of suspicious family members. And you'll hear that on August 4th, Ron and Christine leave Katie with Christine's parents to babysit. The next morning, they pick her up on the 4th. The next morning, Christine's mother calls Erica Doman, the CPS worker, and Christine's mother says, I saw a bruise. I saw a bruise on the baby. We don't have a photograph, and we're really left to speculate about what that means. We do know that Erica Doman does her job. She's diligent, she's thorough. The next day, she shows up unannounced at Christine and Ron's work, their place of employment. You'll hear Ron was an outside salesman and Christine worked in the office. When Christine went back to work, she took the baby with her. They didn't have childcare. She was with the baby at work. CPS worker Doman shows up unannounced, has Christine strip the baby, strips Katie naked. No marks, nothing. Christine's sister visits Christine in the middle of August. Katie seems fine, no concerns other than an ongoing difficulty with breastfeeding. August 22nd, 2 days before the 911 call, you'll hear Christine is in a car accident with Katie. We don't have much information about it. It really wasn't investigated. Christine said it was her fault. Her car was hit in the rear. There didn't seem to be much damage. Neither party wanted to call the police. She said Katie was in a car seat. She claimed it was buckled and fastened. We know the investigators got a receipt for the car seat, where she bought it, but that was all we know. August 23rd, the next day, Ron, Catherine, Katie, they pick up Delphine, Ron's mother. They head to Mexican Fest at the Summerfest grounds. They take turns holding Katie. They don't have a stroller. As the evening progresses, Katie becomes fussy, a little upset, wouldn't take a bottle or a pacifier. After they're done at the festival, they drop Delphine at her house around 10 p.m. The next morning, August 24th, Saturday, is a busy day. You'll hear that Ron had a second job at the Ground Round. He was scheduled to work that day from the noon shift, and he had to get there about 11, and he would work till 2:33 in the afternoon. You'll hear that after later that evening, his plan was to meet a buddy out to watch a baseball game. And so during the day, they go to the video store to rent movies for Christine to watch with her sister while Ron would be out that evening. That morning, Christine drops Ron at work. Later, she picks him up. She talks to her sister on the phone and tells her sister, you know, Katie's not feeling well. I don't think you should come over tonight. They go to the video store and they rent movies for Christine to watch. Katie, Ron, Christine at the video store. They know the people there. They go there often. It's a promotional day. It's a fun atmosphere. There are a lot of people in the store. There's a video game contest. There's a Super Mario Brothers contest. They're playing Pink Floyd in the background. Everyone is smiling and joking. And the videographer captures the moment.
There's the winner. There's the winner.
DEF is all I can say. Are we watching? They showed her. Why are we watching these guys play a video game? I'm sorry. This thing is kind of crazy. And also, I am glad that cameras have improved a lot since 1991. I wonder what these two fellows are up to now. Maybe they're YouTubers. It'd be awesome. Oh, they're watching somebody play a video game.
Working. I mean, what are you doing later? Wait, you and Chris gonna go out or something like that? No, he's playing for lunch. You're so morbid.
No.
I feel like I stepped all over you. You understand this? with me. That's just what I do.
That's not okay. I don't even care that it was a joke. I don't care that he didn't touch her. That's not okay. I didn't even realize that's where she was. I thought she was up on the counter. If my husband ever did that to our kids when they were that little, well, if he ever did it, period. But when they're a little tiny baby, I probably wouldn't be sitting here because no. All right, Gabby, here you go. There's cute little Catherine sitting in her car seat.
Wait, you and Kristen go out or something like that? You're so morbid. How'd you like it if I stepped all over you? She's with me. That's just what I do.
And then you start singing these, I think they said shoes, even though these boots are made for walking. That's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are going to walk all over you. Even worse. Why are they showing this? This does not help him.
So this is the video that was taken Saturday. That was Ron and Christine at the counter, and that was Katie in the carrier beneath them. They rent movies. Later that evening, Ron goes out with his buddy to watch the baseball game. He returns home later that night. Mr. Torbenson says it's at 11 o'clock. It's not 11 o'clock. No one
Yes.
could give a precise time other than between 11 and 12. We know that when he gets home, Christine tells him she was having problems feeding the baby, and she gives him the baby. And you will hear that Ron had a technique where he would squeeze a few drops of milk out of the bottle, he would put it on Katie's mouth, and if she was having difficulty feeding, he could get her to take a few ounces. And he got her to take a few ounces, and they sat on the couch in that apartment while he did that. And after he fed Katie, he handed the baby to Christine. The baby was perfectly fine. In fact, you'll hear later, we'll get to it, but it's a big issue of dispute with Mr. Torbenson's version of events. Christine has never said that the baby was not breathing when she was handed it over. We do know from the medical records that 15 or 20 minutes after that feeding, she noticed the baby wasn't breathing. We know that Ron took the baby and performed CPR. He was panicked. He called 911 twice. And when EMS arrives, she's still not breathing. And you're going to hear that was about 5 minutes. And you're going to hear that 5 minutes is a long time to be without oxygen. And they rush her to Children's, and she's still not breathing. And Children's does a lot of CPR on her. And Mr. Torbenson's correct, for several hours. They were able to get her heart started. It would stop. They had to restart her heart several times during those first few hours. You will hear that the brain is very sensitive to oxygen, that the lack of oxygen triggers a cascade of changes. It's called hypoxic ischemic injury, HIE. It just means the brain is sick because it didn't have oxygen. When the brain doesn't have oxygen and it becomes sick, it will start to swell. And people develop uncontrolled bleeding, which Katie did, and they develop raised intracranial pressure and other complications. Katie is kept alive on a ventilator. You'll hear that her brain continues to decompensate. There's not a normal perfusion or flow of blood. The blood she has gets sludgy, it's congested. She lingers and dies 17 hours later. And as expected, CPS and the police are immediately in the hospital interviewing Christine and Ron about what happened. And Christine brings up the car accident several times to Officer Noby. And she's concerned that this somehow may have had an effect on the baby, on Katie, and may have been in the causal chain of events. The problem is no one gathered any information or specifics. They just wrote it off. We don't know the speeds of the cars. We don't know the distances. We don't know how hard she braked, whether she braked, whether she braked before impact, after impact. Christine reported that Katie was in a car seat, but we don't really know if it was strapped in properly, if she was strapped in properly. And we suspect it was a forward-facing car seat from the description in the records. And in 1991, we don't use forward-facing car seats anymore because they're dangerous. What's the head move? And what do we know?
And we didn't in 1991. They had changed them to, you turned them around at that. Woman, stop.
With what was going on with Katie on August 25th, because Mr. Torbensen's version is she was perfectly fine and then she wasn't. And it happened, and Mr. Schroeder must have done something. Well, Christine has described an infant that became progressively more symptomatic throughout the day. She described her as weak and tired. Katie wasn't eating as much as normal. Instead of regular naps, she didn't really sleep. She was kind of listless, not herself. She recalled an incident that when Ron was out with his buddy watching the game, she was changing a diaper and Katie cried out in pain. And as the evening progressed, Katie ate less and less. And by the time Ron returned home sometime before midnight, she said, Katie's not eating at all, gave the baby to Ron. So here's the question. What set the process in motion? When was it set in motion? As we sit here today in 2024, we don't know any more than we did back then. If anything, we have less information and more speculation. Now, Mr. Torbensen is charged a crime, first-degree intentional homicide, acting with the intent to kill. And to prove that, he's going to call a child protection and advocacy doctor, Dr. Sheets, and you'll hear that she combed all of the old medical records and she pulls out every little incident that could possibly be due to abuse. And she's going to come in and say there are 6 incidents, and as a child protection advocate, these events are extremely highly concerning for physical abuse. Incident number 1, what mom described as a lip bruise from breastfeeding. We don't know what that means. We don't have a picture of it. We don't have a description of it. No one else reported it. We don't have a time frame for it. We don't even know if it was a bruise. It wasn't worth photographing, and it could very well be due to what Christine described, a struggle with breastfeeding. To Dr. Sheets, child protection and advocacy, this is a marker of abuse. Dr. Sheets describes 2 incidents from the 7/22 incident where she had the bruising at Dr. Lautz's. Dr. Sheets says the bruising, which is pure speculation, she said there must have been a backhanded grab and squeeze which caused those marks. It's unclear how she ruled out the dogs. She doesn't even mention them in her report, and they are mentioned in the medical records. Dr. Sheets talks about this irritation in Katie's throat or in her mouth. She calls it an intraoral ulcer. Again, from the visit with the bruising when they had been suctioning out her mouth vigorously for 45 minutes. Whatever this was, whatever this irritation was, it was not significant enough to photograph. So we don't have any idea what it actually means. We're left to speculate. What we do know is that Children's Hospital found these irritations consistent with vigorous suctioning from the bulb. To Dr. Sheets, it's sign of abuse. Dr. Sheets' 4th sign of abuse is that Christine's mother called social services and reported seeing a bruise. Again, we don't have the photo. And we know that when Child Protective Services ran out to Christine's place of employment and stripped the child down, there was no mark anywhere. But any report of a bruise is a sign of abuse to Dr. Sheets, to Child Protection and Advocacy. You'll hear that on August 19th, Christine was so paranoid about CPS, Child Protective Services, that she called and reported a small bruise on Katie's leg from bumping her on the changing table. Again, we don't have any other description than that. We have no photograph. And Dr. Sheets agrees that could be normal handling, but she considers it a marker of abuse in her report. And on 8/24, when Katie is rushed to the hospital for not breathing, there's a red mark in Katie's eye, a burst blood vessel. We don't have a photograph of it. The records simply note that mom saw it around 11 p.m. She noticed it around 11 p.m. We don't know when it showed up. Was it there at 10 p.m., at 9 p.m., at 8 p.m.? We don't know. All we can do is speculate. But again, to Dr. Sheets, child protection, this is a marker of abuse. And looking through the lens of child protection, you have to take the worst case scenario, right? To protect children. Erring on the side of safety makes sense to doctors and in hospitals, right? They treat it as abuse to protect the child, but it doesn't translate well to a court of law, where you have to listen to all the evidence and there's a presumption of innocence and you don't presume abuse. Mr. Torbenson has to prove abuse. Dr. Sheets will talk about the rib fractures. When Katie is taken to the hospital on August 25th, the day of the 911 call, you'll hear that they x-rayed her and she had old rib fractures, and in the same area she had acute or new rib fractures. Dr. Sheets will tell you, she takes the position that those rib fractures happened after Katie was sent to the hospital for the bruising on the side. And Dr. Sheets says she knows that because they x-rayed her on 7/22 and there were no fractures. And there's a few problems with this position. And again, she's looking at it in the worst possible case, right? That this fracture is happening after 7/22. The problem is the state did not preserve the x-rays from 7/22, July 22nd. The films were destroyed. Someone looked at those films and determined or interpreted the films as no fracture. They could be wrong. There might be a subtle fracture. Radiology is a lot of subjectivity. There can be disagreement. Two people can look at the same films and have a different opinion. We can't get an independent opinion, so we're left to speculate about someone else's interpretation that they didn't see fractures. But it's easy, they could have verified it. They could have validated, they could have easily found out whether there were fractures on the 22nd, and they do this all the time. There's a standard procedure for it. Dr. Sheets does it all the time. They have a follow-up survey done, a follow-up x-ray. Because if you don't, there can be subtle changes or subtle fractures that can't be observed if they're fresh. If you wait a week and the body starts to heal, you can see them. They're much easier to see. That follow-up survey was not done. What this means is that at the autopsy, when they find old fractures, and they do with a lot of healing, and they do, we cannot rule out that those broken ribs are from the 7/22 event where she had the bruising, the picture you saw up there. But child protection defaults to the worst case scenario. It must be a new injury. And with the new rib fractures, there are some broken ribs, but she had so much CPR that the medical providers are consistent that these are consistent with CPR. Dr. Sheets then looks at Katie's, her history meaning what was going on with her on the 25th, and Dr. Sheets takes the position she was fine, and suddenly she wasn't. and that the event causing her death must have been severe and resulted in marked, immediately and persistent symptoms. This is speculation. And Dr. Sheets says, while she was not an unrestrained passenger in a motor vehicle, this case is consistent with abuse. But what she doesn't talk about is the fact that Katie was exhibiting symptoms all day long. Something was going on, and we don't know what that was. But in Dr. Sheets's world, child physical abuse explains everything. And it's true, in the hospital setting, they can come up with a theory of abuse to explain everything, but it's an artificial setting. It's not a jury trial, and they don't have the benefit of all of the information you will be provided. And you'll hear from Dr. Twomack, the medical examiner. She'll talk about that based on the information she has provided and the limited information she has, it looks consistent with trauma. That opinion can't be confirmed. And she can't be specific on when, what, where, who, why, how. What we do know is the case was investigated several times over the years. And today we are in essentially the same place we were in 1991. The only difference is it's harder to defend because people, information, and evidence are unavailable. So what new evidence did Mr. Torbenson have when he charged this in 1991? Because he told you yesterday this could finally be proven. Nothing. He talked about yesterday about 3 children being abused. And we talked about this in voir dire. And I'm sure some of you were wondering why we would talk about it in voir dire, but it's because some jurors, child abuse is a very traumatic and emotional topic, and it's not right for some people. And the danger in talking about it in voir dire is that people, when they hear the word abuse, they go to the worst place. They have the worst images or imagination. Well, when you hear about Hunter and Hannah, our position is there's no evidence they were abused, and there's never been a finding they were abused. You'll hear Hunter was born.
Flash fan, it didn't come down to DNA. It just came down to somebody re-looking at it again, from what I understand. And I've been sitting here trying to think, because I may be wrong, but I thought there was a woman who was charged with child abuse, and I think her child did not survive, her infant. But that it turned out, and I'm really trying to think how to phrase this, but her giving birth naturally, not via C-section, had it. I don't believe it was easy, and there was a lot of injury that I think came out in trial. I cannot remember this. I can't remember who or when it was, but that it came out in trial that there was a lot of injury through the birth of the baby, that she had not done anything wrong, but there had been injury. And this, what she is saying, reminds me of that. But the other thing, that my other problem I have is I got 2 other kids hanging out here that he has history with, as long as they prove it. But they don't have any new evidence, my understanding, than what they had when this occurred on August 25th, 1991. So it's just fresh eyes, I guess. That's what they have. So in just a second, this Miss Interesting here is going to quit talking or quit speaking, and then the other defense attorney is going to come up. So when that happens, don't be confused. But yeah, the fact that it's taken so long is concerning. But if the state proves what they said with those other 2 babies, with the other 2 women, that's how do you then ignore those guys and say, yeah, he would have never hurt her, even though I'm sitting here listening to her wondering if it was a birth injury. Man, I'm gonna have to find that case.
Born April of 1997, and there was one incident, and it was not in November. Brenda was very clear. It was in August of that year, and it was a few days before she took Hunter to the hospital. You will hear that Hunter, the first 4 or 5 months of his life, was sick. He had reflux, that his stomach contents would flow back up into the esophagus. You will hear that when he was brought in on May 15th for this complaint, the doctors actually observed the reflux in the hospital as it was happening. You will hear that he had fevers and vomiting. He had a hoarse, dry cough, croup. It was chronic, couldn't seem to get rid of it. That on chest x-rays, he had inflammation, and they called it bronchospasms, where he would have coughing and wheezing. He would be treated with inhalers and fluids and medication and improve. And according to the medical records of September 12th of 1997, his doctors also noted that he had an occasional cough that would produce sputum, sometimes with blood in it. And he grew out of it. There is nothing concerning for abuse. Hannah. Mr. Torbenson talked about Hannah. Hannah, when she was born in November of 2004, had an older sister, Haley, and Hannah was born 31 weeks. She was very premature. She was in the hospital for several weeks. She had breathing disorders. She had weak bones, brittle bones. They could see this. And she was fussy when she was in the NICU, when they would manipulate her or move her around, when they changed her diaper or her clothing. When they released her to Ron and Nicole in December of 2004, approximately a month later, they released her home with an apnea monitor because she would stop breathing when she was in the hospital. The apnea monitor is a strap that you put around the baby and you tighten it, and it senses whether they stop breathing, and it sets off an alarm if they do after so many seconds. Ron and Christine noted that as in the hospital, when she was fussy, when she was moved, it continued when she was at home. To them, it was normal. They didn't think anything of it. They take her to the pediatrician on the December 31st. Everything's fine. They take her to the pediatrician on January 5th. Everything's fine. And then on January 7th is when she's not normal. She's vomiting up milk. There's some blood in it. She's got secretions in her nose, and they start suctioning out her nose. And they're panicking. They're flipping her over. They're hitting her in the back. As they're suctioning her nose, blood is coming out. You'll hear this area is very sensitive, and she's bleeding. And they rush her again. They call 911. By the time the police get there, Hannah's fine. She's not non-responsive, but the officer is concerned, so he takes her and he pats her on the back. They take her to the hospital, and they do x-rays, and they find broken bones. The problem is we don't know when they occurred. And they recognize that because of her condition, because of her prematurity, she does have weaker bones. And we know that there are some older ones and some newer ones. And we don't know if some of them were from the hospital, and she's got them on the ribs. And in the hospital, they did look at her rib area. And she didn't have rib fractures in the hospital, but they didn't look at her legs. And so the area on her legs where they're claiming there are fractures, because again, we don't have the x-rays. We don't have any of the scans. We don't have the person who interpreted them. So they're describing what appears to be these fractures. We don't have the actual evidence to look at, but they think there's something there, and that's all we know. We can't really say anything more about it. We know in the hospital she had significant nasal congestion, and they continued to suction her. And she was eventually released. So that's what Mr. Torbenson has, emotional fodder with the child abuse. Our position is there is no child abuse. So what else? What else does he have?
And
Answer
enter
is absolutely nothing.
M.
Justice delayed is justice denied. That's an old legal maxim attributed to Prime Minister Louis Gladstone from England. It came into our lexicon, it came into our usage in the 1960s when the great Reverend Martin Luther King uttered the words, "Justice too delayed is justice denied." And the maxim just means if something can be done at a time when everything is fresh and new in people's minds and all the evidence is in, then do it. That's not what happened here. That's not what happened here at all. Everything that Mr. Torbenson talked about in 1991 about poor captain, it just, I want you to know that our entire team over here takes this case very seriously, and I don't want you to interpret anything we ever say or do to belittle or deny the tragedy that took place on August 25th, 1991. Katie died. There's two parents, Katie, Ron and Christine, they're both in this courtroom right now. That's the number two that Mr. Torbenson was talking about. There's grandparents, there's aunts, there's uncles, there's cousins, there's friends, there's family. And our thoughts and prayers go out to all of those people, because this was a tragedy. But everything, the good thing is, your county, Milwaukee County, has wonderful municipalities with excellent law enforcement personnel. And the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office is supremely blessed with hundreds and hundreds of assistant district attorneys since 1991. Tens and tens of deputy district attorneys since 1991. And two phenomenal district attorneys. E. Michael McCann was the district attorney when this happened in August 25th, 1991. He was the district attorney in Waukesha County from 1969 to 2007. And some would argue he was the finest prosecutor in this nation. And no one would dispute the statement that E. Michael McCann was one of the great protectors of life that ever served public office in Wisconsin. And the phenomenal law enforcement in Milwaukee County, and all of those district attorneys in Milwaukee County, assistant district attorneys and deputy district attorneys, and E. Michael McCann himself, who was succeeded in office in 2007 by John Chisholm, another phenomenal district attorney. None of those people made the decision to charge this case.
Judge, objection, can we have a sidebar?
Yep.
Like that attorney, he just stand there like this, looking at the jury like, can you believe this? He's gonna call a sidebar on me. Hey, at least they're not in Kenosha. And then he's like, yeah, it's Michael Gravely is the best prosecutor ever. I would be like, nope. No, he's the worst. Absolute worst. In my opinion. Yeah, no. That's how he's standing there. No, you may not have a sidebar, sir. Sit down, young men. It is not. They will come back and put this on the record after he finishes his opening. Let me fast forward here because it's just a couple minutes long. But they go like all the way, like out the door for a sidebar. Like, okay, y'all come back now.
Objection sustained. Let's continue, please, Mr. Glenn.
The case was brought in 2021. Nothing is new. I am going to reserve a piece of my paper over here for Mr. Torbenson. And The challenge is for him to come over here and write down any new physical evidence that has occurred regarding the intentional homicide or the child abuse in July of 1991 and write it down right here. Because I submit to you
Cameraman.
that the
Where'd he-
answer to the question is there is no evidence. All the testimony that you will hear from today and tomorrow and the rest of this trial is that there's nothing has changed since 1991. There's no new evidence. But what Mr. Torbenson has done is, in his opening statement, he talked for 50% of the time, almost 15 minutes, about the other acts. Deplorable accusations. That's what they are. They're not charged here. They're not charged here. And there's a jury instruction that you'll hear about that goes to this. It's called other acts evidence. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about physical abuse, domestic violence. You're going to hear about bad relationships. You're going to hear about all of that. That is brought here for emotional appeal.
Judge, I object. That's argumentative. I filed a motion and the court found it admissible under the law.
Sustain.
Wow.
Let's move on.
Sure,
Mr. Glenn?
Another judge allowed that. But what I'm going to tell you about is I want you to listen to this case, listening to the other acts evidence and the emotional appeal that comes with it. And the judge will instruct you that you may not consider this evidence to conclude that the defendant has a certain character or certain character trait, and that the defendant acted in conformity with that trait or character with respect to the offense charged. You can't just say, when you hear something about Mr. Schroeder, that therefore he's guilty of these two charges. And I submit to you that there is no new evidence in 1991. There's not any new DNA. You won't hear about DNA analysis of information. There aren't any new fingerprints. There's no new evidence that was discovered. All we're going to find out is that in 1997 there was a bad relationship, 2004 there was a bad relationship. And try to get that. I've been around long enough, and it's not my first rodeo, to know that that's a really tough ask. This is emotionally strong information. But that's the law. I trust that you guys, if there are questions honestly, right here, will be able to utilize that. You've taken two roles, you'll be able to utilize that. So the evidence will come in, make sure you distinguish between 1991, 12,090 days ago, 33 years ago, and what happened since then. The only allegations are 1991, and it's specifically first-degree intentional homicide and physical abuse of July 22nd. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, everyone, that concludes opening statements. This time I'm going to order the sequestration of all witnesses. We're going to distribute note-taking materials. Jurors, how are you doing? Does anyone, we're going to be breaking for lunch in about 45 minutes. Does anyone need a break before then, or are you, okay.
I warned
We're
you.
going to take about a 10-minute break. All right, everyone. Thank you. Please follow the deputy. He's going to escort all of you to the jury room. Thank you.
Hang on, we'll get the sidebar here in just a second. He'll put it on the record. And I warned you, the cameraman is awful, and I don't know what happened. Like, it was fine. It was fine, and then all of a sudden it got awful. Yeah.
Everyone, please take your seats. We did just have a sidebar. I wanted to get that on the record. Mr. Torbenson, you had an objection?
I objected to the opening statement of Mr. Glenn when he took over for Ms. Paik, specifically as becoming very argumentative about whether or not there's any new evidence, and about the two district attorneys that have been presiding, both of which are my bosses, one of which hired me, Mr. McCann, and the current district attorney is the one that puts me in the position and told me to issue this case. So, and agreed with my charging decision on this case. So it's ironic that they're standing in front of a jury and arguing that these fine, upstanding, principled men somehow took a pass on the issuance of this case. I objected to the argumentative nature of the opening statement. The court sustained it.
Mr. Glenn?
I was just laying out the chronological order of the case.
Okay. Well, I did sustain the objection, and that is certainly an issue I don't want either party to get into. It's just not relevant here. in terms of what prior attorneys who've looked at the case might have thought or decided. That said, I was concerned about the length of opening statements. One of our jurors was asleep for a substantial amount of time during Ms. Pake's opening statement. That was juror number 20. I'll be keeping an eye on that, but attorneys, it's up to you too to make sure that we keep things moving. If we get bogged down and there is a risk. Now, it's easier, I think, during testimony. I'll be taking breaks on a regular basis. I didn't want to take a break during an opening statement, though. So just keep in mind, what I am concerned about keeping the jury's focus on the case. Parties, did you want to address that any further, Mr. Torbenson, or Mr. Glenn?
No.
Okay. I am giving each party 1 hour total for closing statements. I just want to make sure we don't go on too long at that point. All right. Thanks, everyone. Let's take a break.
You've seen verdicts overturned because a juror sleeping. I mean, she, like Flashman said, she was not, she was boring. I'm trying to be nice. All right, so they're taking a break, and we get to the first witness here. And I do believe that it does get better as we go, but today, this one sucks. It's perfect for being back after like 3 weeks, right? It's like the perfect horrible sound and cameraman. Because I can tell you, we don't get to see all of this witness's testimony. I don't know what you're talking about, Adair. I do not know. I don't know her. Yes, we're definitely on roller coaster, and I'd like to tell you, you got off of it, but you didn't. Yep, it's good to see you, Adair. I don't know where that blonde went. Back in the closet. That prosecutor, he's still a little snippy, isn't he? It's the way he's standing there. That pin behind his ear that I can't stop staring at every time they show him.
Thanks, everyone. Please take your seats.
Oh, I
So,
know.
members of the jury, now we're moving into the presentation of evidence, and the deputy's going to be handing out notebooks for all of you. Again, you don't have to take notes. If you want to, they're here with each one with a pencil. Please leave those here in the courtroom. You should only be taking notes while evidence is being presented. No one will look at them while we're on break. And they're for your ears alone during the trial. Okay. Everyone has a notebook? All right.
Yes,
We're going to
that's
start
where
with the state then, Mr. Torbenson.
State calls paramedic Gary Bauer.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Grasso.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are
Adair, I am great. I'm not in any more pain, and I will not overdo anything because trust me, I don't want to go back. That was a year of bad and about wow, 2 months of hell, and I'm not going back. Yep, no doobies. No doobies, just a pen. Just a pen. And it's bugging the crap out of me. You just don't see people do that anymore. I don't know why, but it's funny. All right, this dude's a paramedic or was a paramedic. Probably not anymore. Probably retired.
My name is Gary Bauer,
Can you spell that, please, for the record?
Garry, Bauer, Bauer.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Ms. Grassi? Yes. Okay, yep, it should be with you. You might need to wake up the TVs.
That's right, Joe.
That's on plaintiff over here. Try switching it back and forth.
Oh, Adair. You know what?
Hmm.
Adair, I last Friday, the 25th, was my 1 year YouTube anniversary, but um, I could not do anything for it. But no, you've been here longer than 2 months, and I thank you for that. And I would never blame you for the pain that my daughter put me in. Just kidding, Carmen. Oh gosh. Yes. Zoom in, zoom out, earthquakes, roller coasters, all of the above, tsunamis, everything hits this cameraman at once.
I used to work for the Greenfield Fire Department as a firefighter paramedic. Retired in 2006. 32 years. Being a firefighter paramedic, we were dual trained, but as
Thank you.
far as paramedic, we didn't encounter any situation on calls that had to do with rescuing people in distress, medical problems, injuries, that type of thing, first response. Yes. Correct.
So, were you working down on August 23rd, 1991?
I was.
And do you remember what you were doing at that time?
Specifically,
Were you working as paramedic on that?
yeah. Oh, yeah. I was working. I'm sorry. Which one?
Which town?
Oh, City of Greenfield.
And on that August 8th, 1991, Greenfield, you dispatched a certain location.
Yes.
Okay. And was that an apartment in Greenfield?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you observe?
I've been on so many calls in my career, it's hard to recollect what I encountered when I first got there. When we first got there, all the documentation is documented on the paramedic report.
Were you the first one on scene, and you remember somebody else?
No, we were the second one on scene. The first ambulance that was on scene was on Station 2 on 92nd Street. It's not too far away from the complex. They were first on a scene. They were basic life support personnel. They were not paramedics, but they would do assess the patient and if CPR had be needed, that type of thing. But as far as administering drugs or intubations, they were not allowed to do that. So we were called in.
They arrived first, right?
They arrived first.
And then a couple minutes later, you arrived.
We
right?
did.
And you were the paramedic, correct?
I was one of the paramedics. There were two paramedics and it was a EMT driver.
I've been hanging with your mark exhibit. Can you take a look at your one and help me recognize it?
I don't know, woman. Can you find a microphone?
What do you recognize?
I recognize that this is the official document of the call that we went on to the residents.
Is this a report that you took?
This is a report that I took, and I was the person that documented everything that we did observe, that thing, or that type of thing.
On the second page of that report, did you end up signing it at the bottom?
did.
As to exhibit one, the evidence published.
I'm sorry?
As for one, the evidence published.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Grosser, I'm having a little hard time. Yeah, if you could use a mic, please.
Yes.
Exhibit
Wow.
one has been moved into evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit one is received and marked.
He doesn't need a microphone.
I'm gonna hand you the same copy of exhibit one, so you can see it, and I'm gonna put this one up on elbow. And I'm gonna email.
We won't be able to see it because plexiglass.
I know it's gonna be a little bit challenging.
Oopsies.
I'm gonna take this TV, I'm gonna bring it slightly closer to everyone.
Well, Mansfield did used to be a judge, so
Is any juror unable to see your comments? I got one juror,
Hold on. Yeah, it's too far. Plus, it has to be visible for the defense. Okay. Or at least one has to. Okay. All right. So we have the same display on both TVs. Go ahead, Ms. Grosser.
we're gonna go through it kind of piece by piece, because sometimes helpful people are able to see it. Mr. Garber, you have that same copy in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the water or speak into this microphone. This top section here, what does that tell you?
The top section, the first 5, 6 sentences are you referring to?
Yep, all above this black line and
Oh,
above, what's
okay.
this section here, sir?
Okay, it's got the date that we were dispatched to, the address that we were dispatched to. It has what kind of residence it was, it has the times at the scene, at the patient, departed the scene, arrived at the hospital, and then in service. Also,
Can you tell me, what time were you dispatched?
we were dispatched, it looks like 0018, which would be 18 minutes past midnight.
And what time did you get there? What time was your arrival?
We arrived, it seemed to be 5 minutes later at 0023 hours.
So it took you 5 minutes from the time that you were dispatched to the time that you arrived on scene, correct?
Yes,
And you're the second one on scene, correct?
yes.
Okay,
I hid it from you, Kelly. Also, never mind. I was gonna say that's what he said. I can never find the button. It should just be on the main page. Let me open my page and let's see if I can find it. Well, you know what? It is not. How weird. But mine has tabs that your page shouldn't have. So it should just be on if you just go to my main YouTube page. Gabby, if you just go to my main page, can you find it? It's not just you. I have 2 other buttons that you wouldn't see on there. And I think that's why I can't see it. Thanks, Flash Fan. I appreciate it. You're pretty awesome yourself. I don't know how to fix it, Kelly. Because I don't. I'll have to look because I don't see what you guys see. Let me give me a sec. No. Nope. All right. I'm gonna push play. Give me a second. I know this guy's super exciting too. Let me look here.
To make this easier, I'm gonna flip to the second report here, the ambulance report. That's your page 3, sir.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see it, yeah.
Got it, Mr.
Mhm.
Okay. At this part, what's the title of this page?
Ambulance report.
Okay, and what is this top section up before patient name? What is this information?
That's basically the same information as the Waukesha Fire Department has the run number on it. It has the location of the incident, and it has the call requested by the person who requested the help. It's got the name of the patient and has the names of the EMTs that were on the scene. There were 2 of them. It has the name of the personal physician, zip code, and then also the times on there too.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward down to this section here, this middle section here. The top of it says airway obstructed with an X mark. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it looks like there's an X mark on airway obstructed. Is that right?
Yes.
And then in that same line, it says suction use and respiratory arrest, correct?
Yes.
Why were those X'd off or checked?
Okay, the reason why there was an airway obstruction is that something was obstructing the airway, which caused the patient not to breathe. It looks like, according to the narrative here, that they had to suction the patient with a suction device to remove some of that so that it would be a better airway for the person.
Kelly, are you watching on your phone or your computer? Because on my computer, when I go, like when I go to like my original account, that it's just right underneath the video on my computer. Or there's there. Gabby put the link up. She's saving the day. But don't know what to. I can't change the buttons on mine. The subscribe button is next to her name on this page. Hang on a second. I gotta find. Oh, I went to the wrong page. Dang it. Yeah, I'm trying to. It won't let me. Hang on. Roll tape. All right, I will do that. I was trying to show you on my other one because it's just right underneath the video. But I was in a different browser. I wasn't thinking. All right, back to this riveting paramedic who doesn't remember what he did that 30 years ago. Surprised? Don't worry, it's almost over.
Okay. Then in that next section, it starts to talk about acute cardiac, correct? And the one that's checked off is arrest, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Cardiac arrest means that it's the patient's heart is not functioning. The patient is probably in a ventricular fibrillation or a systole, which is a cardiac standstill. The patient is unresponsive to any stimuli.
The next section I want to talk about is under cause of injury. It says initial state. You see that box on the left there?
Yes.
Okay. Initial state, it lists a number of things. It says alert, semi-conscious, unconscious, and probably dead, correct?
Yes.
The last one, the probably dead, is the one that has the X, right?
Yes.
And that's what was checked off by the initial responding officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Farther down, I want to just go under eyes and skin. Do you see those two other boxes?
I do.
Okay, and one that's circled is dilated and then pale.
Yes.
What does that tell us?
Okay. The dilated pupils could relate to the consciousness of the person. If it's dilated for a long time, the person is unresponsive, could be maybe caused by drugs, cardiac arrest, usually when they're dilated, and they're fixed. That means that you put a little light on it, they don't react to light. They still stay dilated. They don't get smaller. If it still stays dilated, the person is unresponsive, possible cardiac arrest.
Under that box right above it, under mental state, the box that's checked is unresponsive, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have for that first report. I want to go back to the pink one. I gave you your specific report.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. We did this top section where you kind of gave us some of the background information about the date and time and all that jazz. I want to go under this working assessment. And then I want to look at the past medical history. Under past medical history, is there any known medicines or allergies that were reported to you?
No, there were not.
Under the third section there, the chronic one, what does that section tell us?
Let's see. I circled there, no. If there are any known medical problems with the infant.
And it was reported no to you, correct?
It was.
Okay. I'm going to go down under the initial physical exam part. I'm going to just move it up so everyone can see it a little better. Mr. Bauer, on the left, it says mental status, in the bottom when the comatose is circled, correct?
Correct.
What is comatose?
Comatose is an unresponsive person that does not respond to pain or stimuli.
Then the next one, you have breathing sounds. Can you walk me through that breathing sounds box?
Let's see. So the assisted, yes, that means that that at the time one of our personnel was assisting the person either through an intubation tube or a bag valve mask, which would assist a person breathing.
And then under mental status, it says blood pressure, pulse, and respiratory, correct?
Correct.
All three of those you wrote in the word absent.
Yes.
Explain why you did that.
Okay. That's one of the earliest assessments that we do. And the blood pressure, we could not obtain a blood pressure, could not obtain a pulse, and the person was not breathing.
And that was successful when you guys first got there.
That was yes, correct, when we first got there.
I'm gonna flip to page 2. I'm gonna go back to the top on this page. I wanted the advanced equipment and procedures section, next to that black box. You see that, Mr.
I
Garber?
see it.
What does this area tell us?
Let's see. That tells us the names of the personnel who are paramedics that were on the scene. And it also has it says other, that would be the EMT drivers, who had 3 personnel on a paramedic vehicle. And it says here under my name, I got it checked off med with an X. That means I administered some cardiac medications.
So what medications did you administer?
Um,
I think it tells us here in this next section here, the big chart, right?
Yes, I administered epinephrine. It's got epi here short for epinephrine. It's a cardiac medication, drug, atropine, the same thing. And then we did another dose of that after we didn't get any response. And then we actually, at the end, we administered the last resort, which had been sodium bicarbonate.
So when you first arrived, the baby was unresponsive, correct?
Correct?
And then you got that, right?
Yes.
You then walked us through all these medications you administered and reported on them. Was there any change to the baby as these medications were administered?
There wasn't. There was no change.
And
No
then
improvement.
you just told us you did a last resort sort of medication response, correct?
Correct.
Which one is that?
That'll be a sodium bicarbonate.
That's that last one, correct?
That's the last one. Yeah.
Okay, and what's the goal with that medication?
The goal of that is to try to get these other medications to work faster, work better.
And did you get any response from the baby after administering that medication?
We did not.
So when you first arrived, or when firefighters first arrived, when you arrived, did the baby have any sort of pulse?
According to the document, no.
Was the baby breathing at all?
No.
And was any sort of preconditions reported to you?
By the basic life support unit, yes. Mhm,
Okay,
yeah.
what was that?
Well, precondition, they told us that the baby did not have a pulse, did not have blood pressure.
Did the parents report any sort of to that?
Excuse me. No, they did not.
I am not
Yeah.
Mr. Glenn?
Mr. Bauer, thank you very much for your service. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying your retirement.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
And that's it. It freezes right there. So we're going to go to the next witness. They're going to go to lunch. Gabby, give me a second to start this next video, and then I will send it to you. I'll just message it. Oh no, what an idiot. Remember when I said I probably wouldn't get through today without messing up? Remember when I said that? Yep, that's a true story. It just happened. I just accidentally, dang it, just accidentally closed out. I had the next video ready to go. It's Monday. I've been gone for like 3 weeks. I'm a little rusty. A little rusty. Yes. Thank you for your service. No further questions is what I really thought he was going to go with. And then it just froze. I thought, okay. Let me boost everything back up here. I think I've got this one set, ready to go. There we go. We are back. I told you today would not go smoothly.
All rise, please. Thanks, everyone. Please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being so prompt after lunch. I did send back letters for everyone. Did everyone who wanted a letter get one? Good. Okay. If anyone needs a letter who doesn't have one, let me know. I will note it's a little cold in here. We're doing our best to keep it warm. Is it as cold or colder in the jury room? Okay. We'll work on that. Sorry about that. When the temperature outside fluctuates, we're always a couple days behind. With that said, we are back on the record this afternoon, and we're going back to the stage of Mr. Torbenson and Ms. Grasso.
Gabby, I sent that in a direct message to you. And no flash fan. No.
Madam Clerk will start the
Just
announcement.
no. No.
David A. Novy, Novy.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Grasso?
Where did you used to work?
I worked for the City of Greenfield Police Department,
How long did you work for Greenfield?
26 and a half years.
And what was your assignment back in 1991 specifically?
I was a patrol officer.
What does that mean?
I did routine patrol and initial investigations.
At some point, were you asked to get involved in this case regarding Kate?
Yes,
And who brought you into the case, or who requested that you get involved?
I was dispatched by the police dispatch to Children's Hospital on a report of a possible child abuse incident.
Was that August 25th, 1991?
Yes, it was.
Was that about 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, who did you
Papa.
I first met with, I'm gonna have to look at my,
Well, you can't look at your report.
okay.
But-
If you don't remember, just tell me, we'll go from there.
Okay, well, it was the social service lady, I think her name was Erica.
Okay, so Eric,
She says, you can't look at your report. And then he's like, okay, puts his glasses on, and then he opens up his report. Oh, yeah, her name was Erica. I didn't look.
called you, she got you involved, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, she worked for children's services, right?
yes,
Did you meet with her when you went to children's?
yes, I did.
Okay, and then who did you remember?
I spoke with the attending emergency room doctor,
Okay,
and I talked also to the intensive care doctor and both the parents of Catherine Schroeder.
did you also have an opportunity to talk to Dr. Laus?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you learn about his reports and his findings?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you learn from that, do you remember?
that was information I had gotten from social service, Erica, that he was the family pediatrician, and during a routine examination, he had noted some unusual or unnatural bruising on the abdomen of the child, and he had referred them to Children's Hospital, and that's where the social service lady got involved or was assigned the case.
So that's when Erica got home and that's when you were dispatched out there, correct?
Well, she got involved back in July, probably after the child was about 2 weeks old when this happened. And she had an active.
Hey, Wow. I am doing great. Thank you for stopping by. I hope your kid feels better very soon. That sucks having sick ones, especially when they're your kids. Doesn't even matter how old they get. But yep, I'm feeling well. Surgery was great. Everything is good. And again, good to see you.
Or an open case on this incident or on the child.
So you were dispatched at Children's Hospital near the time of death, correct?
Yes,
At that point, did you have an opportunity to talk with Ron?
yes.
And what did Ron say to you?
Well,
Let me ask you this. Do you remember talking to Ron that day?
I do, but it's 30 years ago.
30 years ago, right? Fair. Do you remember what his demeanor was when you got with him?
He was very calm,
Okay.
soft-spoken. When I was talking to the social service people, she had told me, Erica had told me that Ron was sleeping in one of the waiting rooms.
Okay. And when you met with Ron, do you remember where you met with him?
We were in a quiet room in the hospital, a private little room.
Okay, so you guys were in a private room, it's just you and Ron, right?
No, Erica was there, and there was an auxiliary police officer with me who had been riding along that night.
Okay, and when you get to that room, how do you start that conversation?
After introducing myself and getting his basic information, I asked what his version or what he had observed this night or what had happened.
And he begins by telling you that he was working at the ground, correct?
Yes,
And do you remember what time he told you got back to the department?
he said he arrived home between 11 and 12 p.m. that night.
Okay, when he arrived home, what does he say happens from there?
His wife told him that the baby wasn't eating, and so he took the baby, and the three of them sat down, and he was able to get the baby to drink formula. I think he said like about 3 ounces of formula.
Okay, so he gives the baby 3 ounces of formula. At that point, where does he put the baby?
He held the baby for a little bit, and then he gave it back to his wife.
So what does Ron say that she did after she was the baby?
She was holding the baby, and she suddenly alerted him that the baby was not breathing.
And then something happens and he mentions the baby starts to spit out, correct?
Yeah, Ron went took the baby, placed it on the floor. He said he tilted the head back gently and he breathed a full breath into the baby. At that time, after he blew into the baby's mouth, the baby then spit up all the formula that it had just drank.
And does he indicate to you at that time that the baby was not breathing normal with gasping for air?
Yeah, after it spit up, he turned the baby over to its side, or so it was almost face down, to clear the airway. And he said the baby was gasping for air, but it was breathing.
So when he gets home, the baby was breathing, correct? That's what he indicates.
Yes,
So he indicates when he gets there, the baby's breathing, and the issue is the baby just doesn't want to eat, right?
right,
So at that point, he takes the baby, right?
yes,
And so he's the only person involved before the baby starts having breathing difficulties, fair?
yes,
Okay. And it's that point that he alerts you that that's when the baby started having difficulty breathing.
yes,
Okay, and that's when he hands it back to Christine.
yes.
Did he tell you anything else of significance during that interview?
After he tried his attempt at blowing in the mouth and got the baby back to breathing, he then went and called for the ambulance. And Christine was still monitoring the baby. And after he was assured the ambulance was on the way, Christine again told him that the baby had stopped breathing, didn't have a heartbeat. So he called 911, called the emergency services again. And this time The dispatcher gave him instructions on how to do child CPR. He relayed those instructions to his wife, who performed CPR on the child until the arrival of the paramedics or the ambulance.
So he acknowledged to you that before the fire department and paramedics arrived, he was not breathing any kind of pulse, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then you had an opportunity to interview Christine as well, correct?
yes.
And what did she tell you?
Well, she told me that Ron had gone to work about 8:30 that night, and that the baby had been kind of not like feeling good. She thought it may have had a cold, it had loose stool during the day, and this morning or evening time, she couldn't get the baby to eat.
Okay, and that's where Ron comes
And then Ron came home.
At some point, does Christine talk to you about a car accident?
Yes, she did mention, because I had told her that the doctors at the hospital had both said that the injuries were consistent with a shaken baby or violent trauma of the baby being shaken. And I asked if there was any way that that could have happened, in the course of their daily lives. And she said on the 22nd, she had been involved in a very minor traffic accident, and the baby was with her. It had been in a proper child safety seat, and there were no ill effects from that accident that she had been in.
So she indicated the car accident was on August 22nd, right?
Correct.
And then you're talking to her on the 26th early morning?
25th in the morning.
25th early morning. Did she ever indicate that she went to the hospital or called somebody for the baby?
No,
And did she ever indicate that she called the police regarding the accident?
no.
What other information, if any, did she tell you about the car accident?
Just that it was very minor. I forget, she had told me where it had occurred on her vehicle. And that, I think she said she didn't have insurance, and that's why the police weren't called, but there wasn't enough damage to warrant it.
Okay, and then did she say that did she notice anything wrong with Katie in between that car accident on the 22nd up until them having called 911?
No, not other than the fact that day that the baby wasn't eating for her.
Okay. Did she mention any sort of physical injuries to the baby regarding the car seat?
No,
And when she mentions this car accident, is this after you kind of addressed the bruising and the physical issues with the child?
yes,
Okay, so when you sat down and said, hey, what's going on, it wasn't mentioned at that point?
no,
Not during those initial statements?
right,
Only after prompting, right?
yes.
Do you remember what Christine's demeanor was when you met with her?
She was very relaxed, it seemed, and quite calm about the whole thing.
And when you met with her, were you guys alone?
Well, with the service woman, it was the same situation that I had with Ron. There were
And the initial officer?
right.
But in kind of a private room?
It was in a private room, in the same private room in the hospital.
I have nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn?
Officer, 1991, how long have you been on the force?
10 years,
And did you investigate car accidents at all?
yes.
Have you had any training in the effect of car accidents on people?
Little.
Have you had any training in the effects of a car accident? At all? What it does to people, what it does to other cars?
More what it does to other cars, I guess, than what to people.
And in your training and experience, is it common for even a low mile per hour accident to cause injury?
I guess I don't understand your question
Cars
exactly.
are going slow or fast, they can both cause injuries, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so we don't know what an injury from a car is going to be if it's fast or slow, correct?
correct.
And in this instance, you now testified that both parents, the mother and the father, responded to you, a police officer in uniform, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And they responded to you in a relatively calm manner.
Yes.
Did you find that unusual or consistent?
Everybody reacts differently, I guess.
Yeah, and so you didn't note anything unusual about Ron's demeanor or Christine's demeanor, they were just cooperating with you.
That they were both, yeah, I noted that they were both very calm.
And did that help you with your interview?
Yes,
Okay, there come a point in the conversation where Christine said she brought up the accident, she brought that up to you in response to your inquiry about what could have caused Kate's injury.
yes.
And she brought it up a second time during the course of your interview with her, correct?
No, we only talked about that once.
And did you write a report about this interview?
Yes,
Okay. It's your testimony that she only brought it up once.
yes,
But nonetheless, we took that seriously. Did you further investigate the accident? No?
no.
Did you ask if there was any police reports generated or any notes or who else was involved?
I didn't know. She told me that she and the other party had settled it because there was no damage, very little damage.
And she didn't have any insurance, right?
Right,
Okay. And so, but you know that people can be injured from low mile per hour accidents, right? Or minor accidents.
yes.
And did you ever go to the home, the Briarwood apartment?
No, I did not.
Okay. You talked about, they shared a lot of information, Christine and Ron, with you about the 90 question, correct?
Yes,
Would you classify both of them as forthcoming,
yes.
wanting to get to the bottom of it?
They answered what I asked.
And did they, you said that Christine shared with you that on August 24th, the child was sick, had loose stool, and wasn't eating.
Yes, it had loose stool and I don't remember what she had said, but yeah, that she thought the child may have had a cold.
So this is the daytime of August 24th,
Yes,
about 36 hours after the accident on the 22nd.
approximately.
Um, You also stated that Christine told you that she took the baby from Ryan after you had it, correct?
Yes,
And then after she had the child started not breathing, correct?
yes.
And then, your testimony is that Ron
Flashman, that's the funniest typo. I wish everybody could admit it, but still plead not quirky. I'm sorry. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Oh, that's hilarious. Not quirky, Your Honor. Or maybe I'm a little quirky. Not 100%. Oh, goodness.
called 911 twice,
Yes,
attempted CPR personally, and then administered CPR through the dispatcher.
Quirky's better.
Christine or the child, correct?
yes,
That's what you want to do in your first responder. You want people to take action and try to solve a problem, correct?
yes.
Thank you. Ms. Grasso?
Yes,
Okay, and you had been kind of briefed on this situation, correct?
yes.
Who had you spoken to? Remember, before you spoke to
In the emergency room, and then the social service lady.
You spoke with the doctor who had seen Katie, and you spoke with Erica, correct?
Yes,
Did either one of them mention to you that Christine or Ron had mentioned a car accident?
no,
So the first time the car accident ever came up is after you told them about the results, correct?
yes.
So they didn't mention it to Erica, right?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, and then you weren't told it was mentioned to the doctor,
I'm not aware of that either.
right? And then when you interviewed them, they didn't mention it initially, right?
Right,
Okay, and then Christine was explaining to you that the baby had
Yes.
Did she ever mention any sort of physical issues with the baby?
No.
Did she ever mention any sort of bruising with the baby?
From this incident, no.
No. Relating to the car accident?
No.
Okay. She didn't mention anything physical that happened to the baby, just the baby's now exhibiting signs of what she needed to hold.
Yes.
When you wrote a report, you also put in what you observed from Ron and Christine, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you put in your report that when you talked to Ron, it appeared as if he was almost not caring?
Yes.
I know.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn?
So you put that in your report that he was non-caring, but his demeanor was just like Christine's, correct?
Yes.
You didn't put that in there about Christine, did you?
I don't recall.
And in your training and experience, you are aware that injuries from a car accident don't always manifest themselves in the first couple of hours, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Did you notice, like, he didn't have a good memory when he got up there? He had to look at his report. He took like one glance at it, and then all of a sudden he remembered everything. Weird. Yes, I like that defense attorney. He just comes in like freaking wrecking ball. I don't even. He's just like, she's over there going, "Did you do this?" And he's like, "Did you do this?" And then Flashbang, you're just cracking me up because now I'm going to be guilty, not guilty, or quirky. We'll give them all another choice.
Back to Ms. Grasso.
She calls Dr. Carl Weigel to the stand. Yes.
Yes, he's better than Owens. I don't want everyone to see him again.
My name is Carl Weigel.
Sir, could you spell your name for the record, please?
It's Weigle and Carl spelled with a C.
Thank you, sir. We're going to start with the state. Mr. Torbenson?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
How were you employed back in August of 1991?
I was on the faculty of the Medical College of Wisconsin, and I was on the staff at the Children's Hospital of Wisconsin in the pediatric ICU.
How long in August of 1991 have you been working in the pediatric ICU of Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
Oh, in the Children's Hospital PICU would have been just over a year.
What were your responsibilities in the pediatric intensive care unit of Children's Hospital?
I was one of the attendings, which means one of the supervising physicians in the pediatric ICU. So I completed my training in the subspecialty, and I was responsible for guiding a team of residents, nurses, pharmacists, respiratory therapists, et cetera, in caring for patients in the pediatric ICU. And that meant making rounds twice a day and being on call a couple nights a week when I was on service.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your medical training and background? What did it took to obtain that position?
Sure. I went to college at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in Troy, New York, and got my MD from Albany Medical College in Albany, New York. And then I did an internship at the Public Health Service Hospital in Staten Island, New York. And then I was a GP in a small town in Pennsylvania for 3 years. And after that, I went back to Albany to do a pediatric residency and served as chief resident there. Then I went to Johns Hopkins for 2 years of a pediatric ICU fellowship. And after that, back to Albany to direct the pediatric ICU there.
And after 4 years there, I moved out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and joined the faculty.
I want to direct your attention now to August 25th of 1991. In your capacity as a doctor, a medical doctor with Children's Hospital and Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, did you provide medical treatment to Catherine Schroeder, the date of birth of July 3rd, 1991?
I did.
What do you recall about her admission to the hospital?
Independent of my reading of the record, I have no recollection of it.
This was a long time ago.
It was a very long time ago.
You had an opportunity before taking the stand today to review the medical records from her admission,
That's correct.
and did reviewing those medical records refresh your memory or recollection regarding why Catherine was admitted to Children's Hospital Wisconsin?
It certainly made it clear to me why she was admitted to the hospital and her ultimate end of her life. But
Why was she admitted?
she was admitted because she arrived in the emergency room without a pulse or breathing, was resuscitated, and was then found to meet the criteria for a declaration of death based on absence of brain function. And it appeared that the reason for all of this was severe head trauma.
Did you yourself sign off on a diagnostic statement of severe head trauma for Catherine Schroeder?
I signed the discharge summary, which is a very short document that includes that information. I also signed the progress note in which I described her declaration of death. So yes, in that sense, I did.
What was your role in both monitoring Catherine Schroeder's condition
No.
and providing treatment to Catherine Schroeder before her death?
That would not
Could you
work.
repeat that?
Yeah, what was your role in monitoring her condition and also rendering treatment to Catherine Schroeder prior to her death?
Well, I'm surmising from reading the notes that I was essentially the backup attending for Dr. Day, working in the ICU. It's such a busy place, and the kids are so sick that it took a bunch of people to deliver the care. So I believe Dr. Day was actually the primary supervising physician on that day, and I was the backup. So my responsibility would have been to go do other consults, and in this case, it looks like I was asked to manage the process of brain death declaration.
When a patient is being treated in the pediatric intensive care unit, do the different medical professionals at the hospital work as a team? Do you have different expertise?
Oh, it's very much a team exercise, absolutely. And it includes non-physicians too, of course, the nurses, pharmacists, respiratory therapists, etc. But the physicians are a particular team with different specialties, different levels of training, and so on.
For example, you may be consulting with radiology, would that be one specialist that you may consult with?
That's correct.
And neurology, would you also be consulting with neurology?
That's correct.
And in this particular case, was radiology consulted regarding Catherine Schroeder?
Yes.
Why is that?
She had diagnostic studies that were radiologic studies.
Why would those studies be ordered in a case like Catherine Schroeder? She's admitted to the hospital, also not breathing.
Right. So the declaration of death by brain-based criteria is principally a clinical diagnosis. And you see that in the notes. Lack of a whole bunch of brainstem reflexes, lack of any response to pain, lack of breathing, and so on. And that nowadays, by many, is considered sufficient for a declaration of brain death. But in 1991 in particular, I think it was much more common to think that a confirmatory test was necessary. And confirmatory tests could be radiologic, for example, a brain blood flow study, which was done in this case. And could also be electrical study, a brainwave test to see if there's any brainwave activity, which was also done in this case. So those are confirmatory.
I kind of want to break those out piece by piece, but I want to talk a little bit about how the EMTs found Catherine when they first responded to her residence. The emergency medical providers, the paramedics said that she was in cardiac arrest. Can a person be in cardiac arrest as a result of brain trauma?
That's actually a pretty sophisticated question, and if your brain trauma is bad enough, absolutely. It is possible to also recovery and not have a cardiac arrest follow immediately.
The brain controls the heart function, the heart beating, right? It regulates the beat of the heart,
It-
brain stem in particular.
It does.
Okay. And in this particular case, did the CT examination show trauma to the brain stem and the brain itself? If you're aware.
The swelling, which is a consequence of some kind of severe injury. It also showed bleeding. It also showed bleeding around the brain and if I remember right, between the hemispheres. And that was presumed to be the consequence of trauma. It also showed splitting of the sutures, the normal gaps in the skull that young children have, and that was because the brain inside the skull had swelled so much that the sutures pulled apart.
So this was really severe brain swelling. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Swelling to the point that the sutures in the skull are spreading apart.
yes.
And in general, our souls, my soul, your soul, because we're adults, ours are fused together. That happens in the first 18 months of life, fair?
It happens early in life, yes, certainly by adulthood.
But babies are not, their sutures are not sealed, and that's in part to help with the birthing process. Is that fair?
Well, it's also because the brain is going to grow rapidly with normal development, so that allows for that growth to happen.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you said there were a number of tests that were done to examine brain activity for Catherine. You said one of those is an EEG. What is an EEG? Explain that to the jury.
The letter stands for electroencephalogram, and that's a brain
Doctor,
wave.
I'm sorry, who am I pulling that mic a little
Oh,
closer and making
can
sure
move
that
it.
you speak right into it?
An electroencephalogram is a test where electrodes are placed on the scalp, and the electrical activity of the brain, which is fairly weak, is picked up by these electrodes. There's a whole bunch of them placed on the scalp. And by applying a lot of amplification to the signal, you can actually see these weak signals all over the brain in somebody whose brain is functioning. EEGs are used also to detect seizures, to do sleep studies, and so on. So it's got multiple uses. In this case, it was being done with a special technique, which is to use maximum amplification to see if any signal could be detected, because we're looking just to verify that the brain was completely quiet.
Could any signal be detected in Catherine Schroeder's brain during that examination?
No,
What does that tell you?
it tells you that the brain is not functioning. Can you achieve that with medication? Yep, if that's going to be a question. But there was no such medication delivered to cause that in this case. So it just means that the brain has stopped functioning. That is a confirmatory test for brain death.
You talked about the CT examination, which shows brain swelling, right? It showed the spreading of the sutures of the skull.
Right.
And then you talked a little bit about bleeding in different areas. Explain that to the jury.
So the brain is covered by membranes called dura, and you can have bleeding under the dura. That's called subdural hemorrhage. You've probably heard that term. So subdural hemorrhage just means that there's bleeding that's formed between the brain and this dural membrane. You can also have subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is deeper towards the brain, and those can both be due to trauma. In this case, that's the supposition.
Is that you were from trauma? Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Okay, so there was a CT examination, the EEG examination which showed no brain activity. Was there anything else that I'm missing?
there was a flow study done at the bedside, which was, that was a radionuclear study, so it's a test using a dye that gives off radiation so that when you do the injection, you can place what amounts to a gigantic Geiger counter over the head, and you can actually see the radioactive tracer flowing through a healthy brain. In this case, there was no flow.
Is that further confirmation of brain death?
That's a very good confirmation of brain death. If your brain is not getting blood flow, your brain is not alive.
Based on all the information you had and the test that was on, the radioactive test, the EEG, the brain flow test, what did you find to be the cause of, or the diagnosis regarding how Catherine Schroeder died?
The diagnosis at the time was shaken baby syndrome, which I think it's a different diagnosis. Now, I've been retired for several years, but I believe that that's no longer a preferred term for these kinds of findings. But it's all brain trauma.
How long have you been retired for?
7 years.
7 years. Did you retire from Children's Hospital, Wisconsin, right here?
I did.
You did? Thank you. Thanks for your time. Would you recognize the reports that you saw again before today?
I think so.
Okay. State exhibit number 5. What is this that showing you?
That guy's very serious.
This is the discharge order and instruction. So it's a sheet that's given out at the time that someone is discharged from the hospital.
What do we see on this?
This is a very simple note from me in this case. I just list the physicians who were involved and the diagnosis, and I just list one, which is shaken baby syndrome. Then I list the procedures that were done during the hospital stay, including cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CT scan, EEG, brain flow scan, and CVP placement.
And your signature's on the bottom of exhibit number 5?
That's my signature, yes.
The exhibit also has a space for you to have secondary contributing conditions or infections, right?
Yes,
And you don't list a single one there, do you?
that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to see exhibit number 5 in evidence.
Any objection?
Any objection?
Exhibit 5 is received and marked.
That's what we're seeing right now on the elbow, right, doctor, where it says
Yes,
your diagnosis of shaken baby syndrome, all the tests that you did to make that conclusion, and nothing listed as any secondary condition, correct?
correct.
Okay. What do we see on exhibit number 2?
This is has 2 reports on it, 2 portable chest X-ray results. One from 1:27 in the morning and the other from 2:23 in the morning. The first one describes that there's a breathing tube in place and a gastric tube in place, and that the heart looks normal, the lungs look normal, and there's a third rib fracture towards the front, so somewhere about here.
So on that first imaging study that's done, it indicates that you can visualize a rib fracture, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it also indicates that both the heart and the lungs look completely fine.
Yes.
Okay. What does the second test tell us?
The second report says there's now a central catheter. So Dr. Day had placed a subclavian catheter, which means under the collarbone on the left side, and the tip of the catheter was heading towards the heart, which is what it's supposed to do. That makes it a very secure IV for caring for somebody who's gravely ill. So the report says there's a central catheter from a left subclavian approach with the tip in the superior vena cava headed towards the heart. Again, the heart and blood vessels are normal, the lungs are normal, and the tubes are in good position, and that fractured rib is still there.
So 2 CT examinations both confirm that rib fracture can be seen, is that fair?
They're not CTs, they're regular chest X-rays.
I apologize, you're right. I move to exhibit number 2 in evidence.
Any objection? Exhibit 2 is received and marked.
State number 3, who is he there? Who is he on number 3?
Number
Dr. Arter, could you pull the mic to the end of the mic? You could speak into the end of the mic, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The exhibit 3 is the brain scan report. which says the study demonstrates markedly decreased cerebral perfusion. That means markedly reduced blood flow to the brain. The delayed images show no evidence of tracer within the sagittal sinus. The findings are most consistent with brain death. The remark about no tracer within the sagittal sinus refers to the fact that sagittal sinus is the big vein that drains the blood flow from the brain. So if there had been blood flow to the brain, there should have been tracer getting through the tissue and winding up in the big vein called the sagittal sinus, and there was no such tracer there. Therefore, there was no blood flow to the brain.
I move three evidence.
Any objection?
Which one is 3?
The one you just talked to.
I didn't see it. Can I see it?
It's the nuclear medicine report.
The one you just testified to. Well, can I see it, please?
No objection.
Exhibit 3 is received and marked.
I guess that's glass.
Exhibit number
Glass.
four. Where do we see your doctor?
This is a CT scan without contrast. So this is just a head CT without any contrast agent being injected. And it says, the study demonstrates massive cerebral edema. There are small bilateral interhemispheric subdural collections, and there is subarachnoid blood seen in the cerebral sulci as well. That's a lot of medical terms, which basically means there is blood under that dural membrane that I just described. And then there's also some blood deeper in the brain structure. That's the subarachnoid blood. A small focal area of intraparenchymal hemorrhage is seen in the medial aspect of the left frontal lobe. What that means is this is your left frontal lobe. Medial aspect would be in here, sort of between the two halves of the brain, and there's a bruise essentially of the brain in that area.
What if any significance is that? You described as a bruise to the actual brain.
It's indicative of brain trauma. And the report goes on to say the lateral ventricles are small. Ventricles are normal hollow spaces that we all have in our brains. And when the brain swells, those hollow spaces get compressed. So when there's bad brain swelling, the lateral ventricles are compressed by the swelling. The third and fourth ventricles are obliterated, as are the basal cisterns. That refers to more normal hollow spaces in and around the brain, very deep in the brain, so farther back than the lateral ventricles, which are up towards the front. And those are obliterated, which means they've been compressed completely. They've been compressed completely, so you can't see them at all on the CT. And the basal cisterns are the normal cerebrospinal fluid space around the base of the brain, and that's also been completely obliterated by swelling. And those things happen when the brain is pushing the bottom of the brain stem down through the opening into the spinal canal. That's sort of a final physiologic change as the brain swells and dies.
Is that often referred to as brain herniation now?
That is brain herniation, yes.
Is that what was happening here?
Yes, or had happened, I would say.
The term obliterated, that's, you very rarely, at least from my perspective, see that in medical documentation. That's a rather strong word for the fact that those ventricles are no longer able to be visualized. Is that fair?
That's fair.
It's a pretty significant medical finding.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
All right, I move to exhibit number 4 evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 4 is received and marked.
Dr. Finding sees exhibit number 6.
So this is the CPR, at least the top of it is the CPR record from the emergency department. So this describes what happened when the child was brought into the ED, what recurrence was then, and what was done step by step. It's a pretty finely documented, meaning it's documented in great detail exactly what was done step by step, minute by minute.
In the different times.
Yes, and the times are here.
Is that the first 4 pages of the CPR record? Is that a fair statement?
It's 3 or 4. Yeah, 3. Yep.
And does that go through Catherine's death at the hospital?
No, this goes through just the emergency room resuscitation effort.
Okay, until she is, until they regain a pulse.
Until they regain a pulse and get a bed in the ICU. It's very often an issue of waiting for the intensive care unit to clear out a space to take somebody who's this sick.
You indicated that Dr. Day was the primary doctor for Catherine Schroeder upon her admission. Did I get that right?
I think that must have been true because she was there at 1 o'clock in the morning, putting a subclavian line in. So
And is there documentation of a medical history from Dr. Day that's included in case exhibit number 6?
there certainly were notes from Dr. Day. She has co-signed the resident's history and physical examination, and then she wrote her own fairly detailed admission note.
And those are all part of case exhibit number 6?
Yes,
Those would all be part of Catherine Schroeder's medical records in this particular case?
correct.
I move to exhibit number 6 to evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 6 is received and marked.
Thank you, Dr. No further questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Over to Ms. Pikes.
Good afternoon, doctor. Doctor, did you testify that you reviewed all the medical records in this case?
I did not testify to that.
What did you review?
Pardon me?
What did you review?
All of the pieces of the record that I just commented on, so exhibits 1 through 6.
Okay, so other than that, you haven't reviewed the labs or the admission reports or the EMS runs or any of that?
I did not have the EMS run. I did not have lab reports. I did not have the ICU flow sheets.
Okay.
Doctor, I want you to do what's been marked as exhibit number 1, which is the complete copy of the children's hospital records.
Before we get to those, doctor, you mentioned, let me ask you this. In the ER, you mentioned in your earlier testimony that it's a very busy place. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think I was referring to the pediatric ICU as a very busy place. The ER is too.
Okay. And when you say busy, what does that mean? That your shifts, you're constantly moving, constantly doing something, moving from patient to patient?
It depends on your role, and it depends on the patient that is your current focus. So if you're running a resuscitative effort in one room in the ER, that's all that you can do. So there could be more than one room where there's a resuscitative effort going on. So the staff as a whole is doing a lot to help kids with a range of illnesses from dying to, minor cuts and scrapes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that many different people are working on patients at different times throughout the shift?
Absolutely. It's another teamwork requirement.
And so to some extent, you're relying on someone else may have observed or interpreted or their opinion.
I couldn't quite hear that.
So to some extent, you're relying on someone else's observations or opinions or interpretations.
Yes,
Okay. For example, you are not a radiologist, correct?
that's correct.
Doctor, when a patient comes or is reported as a pulseless non-breather, meaning their heart's not functioning and they're not breathing, that's non-specific, correct?
That is not, well, it's specific as far as pulseless is no pulse, not breathing is no breathing, but what is your question?
My question is, you don't know from the fact that of the cardiopulmonary arrest what caused it.
That's true.
And with infants, for example, in this case, we heard testimony from the paramedics that arrived that there was 5 minutes between the 911 call and their arrival, and that the patient had been pulseless and not breathing for at least 5 minutes. If an infant is pulseless and not breathing for 5 minutes, is that of concern?
Yes,
And why is that?
because when your brain is not getting any blood flow, there's a high risk of further brain injury.
And how does that happen? How does that further brain injury happen?
Well, the answer can get very complicated, but basically any part of your body that doesn't receive oxygen and have toxins carried away by the blood is at risk for serious injury or even for that piece of tissue to die. So,
And is the brain more sensitive to oxygen deprivation than your hands, for example?
yes,
Doctor, Mr. Torbenson asked you about the cardiopulmonary resuscitation record in this case. In the records that I've provided you, that would be handwritten 66, probably one of the first few pages.
Okay.
And let me preface it with this, doctor. Do you recognize these records as Children's Hospital records from 1991?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 66, what is this?
It is a CPR record that was produced by the emergency department.
And what time did the patient arrive?
It says 00:55, so 5 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning.
And this is on 8/25/91, correct?
Yes, that's the date.
And if you go over to the right column, if there's a status column, what was her status when she arrived?
It's actually just about impossible for me to read on this copy, but from what I recall from reading it when I had a better copy, it was that she was pale and unresponsive and had no pulse or breathing.
Right. So if the 911 call or if EMS was dispatched at 18 minutes after midnight and she's arriving in the ER at 5 minutes to 1 in the morning, pulseless, not breathing, is that a concern?
Yes.
And from your experience, it's a very serious concern, correct?
What are you referring to as being the very serious concern?
That she was pulseless, not breathing when EMS was called for 5 minutes, and that she arrives in the ER at 5 to 1, and she's still she's pale and unresponsive.
Well, once the emergency medical services team arrived, presumably very experienced at doing CPR, the brain would actually have been receiving any blood flow that it was capable of receiving because of the CPR.
Correct.
And on breathing to confirm that on arrival would mean you'd have to stop CPR to make sure there was no pulse. But that doesn't mean that there was no pulse occurring during CPR.
And so in these records here, the cardio resuscitation record, did her heart stop when she was in the intensive care unit? Or are these from the intensive care unit?
No, this is from the emergency department.
Okay. Did her heart stop while she was in the emergency department?
Presumably, there's just so much detail that gets put in here, but if they describe her as still needing CPR, that would imply that there was no pulse. But there is also a statement, as I recall, in here that compressions were stopped when it appeared that a rhythm had returned and there was a pulse.
And that's at 57?
Again, it's a little hard to read, but I think that's right at 00:57.
And doctor, if you go further down that sheet, it mentions defibrillate. Do you see that?
Yes, and I think that might have been a misnomer because what they really say, what I read in here before was that there was ventricular tachycardia, which is not the same thing as ventricular fibrillation. So she was cardioverted, that would be a more correct term, out of ventricular tachycardia into a more normal rhythm.
Doctor, in the intensive care unit or in an emergency department, is it fair to say that you normally don't know these patients?
I would say usually we don't know the patients, but if a child is very fragile, it could be somebody that we've seen before and we'll see again.
Other than those, for example, in this case, had you ever seen Katie before?
No.
Did you know anything about her prior to that night? Okay.
No.
And that would be a lot of what you do in the ER, correct? Seeing patients like that come in emergently, and you don't know them.
I didn't work primarily in the ER, so that would be true of people in the ER and also true of people in the ICU.
And doctor, if you turn to page 76, handwritten,
Okay, I have it.
At the very bottom of the page, number 4, it says abnormal coagulation studies, probably secondary to hypoxic ischemic insult. What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I see on, this is CHW 76.
At the very bottom.
Oh, okay, I see it. Number 4, abnormal coagulation studies, probably secondary to hypoxic ischemic insult.
Yes.
That's what you're asking?
Yes. What does that mean?
Well, a hypoxic, a near-death experience damages lots of cells, including the lining of the blood vessels. And so you could see a significant change in blood coagulation properties because of the damage that came from a near-death experience.
Could it lead to more bleeding than you would normally see?
It could.
Doctor, I want to go back to the CT scan. It would be page 119 in the records I handed you.
Okay, I'm looking. Yes.
My question to you, and I know you're not a radiologist, and do you have any memory of looking at the CT scans in this case?
I have no independent recollection of it, no.
Okay. And my question to you is, whoever is interpreting the CT scan is describing cerebral edema, okay? Do you know what time the CT scan was done?
It could certainly be found in the nursing part of the record, or it might be, again, this is a document that's very hard to read.
Doctor, could you turn to page 89?
Okay.
If you go down about maybe halfway down a little farther, do you see an entry of 10:15 to 11:05?
Oh, yes, I found it.
Does that clue us into when the CT scan was performed?
Says that's when the patient was transported to CT.
And so that would be about, well, almost 10 hours, well, a little less than 10 hours after she's admitted to the hospital, correct?
That would be slightly more than 9 hours.
Okay.
Right.
And with the history of having been a pulseless non-breather for over 5 minutes, resuscitated in the ER, would you expect there to be swelling at the time they take the CT scan?
If there'd been a serious brain injury, I would not be surprised to find that swelling has increased.
Does when there's a hypoxic ischemic insult, does the brain also swell?
It does, although it takes a lot more time than a simple traumatic injury.
And let me ask you this, back to page 119. This is the CT scan.
Okay.
The person interpreting this has described on the second line bilateral interhemispheric subdural fluid collections. Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what that person means by subdural fluid collections as opposed to hemorrhage?
Well, fluid collection would be a less specific term than hemorrhage.
Okay. So subdural fluid, and we don't have the CTs, correct?
That's what I'm told.
Okay. So we don't know what subdural fluid collection means here.
Well, subdural fluid collection would typically be because of trauma. If it's old, it would look different than if it was brand new.
Could it be from birth if the child had a forceps delivery?
At 7.5 weeks of age?
If the child at birth had a bleed and had subdural hemorrhaging at birth, I mean, do you recognize that children have subdural hemorrhages at birth that may be asymptomatic?
It is possible for newborns to have subdural bleeds. I don't know how common it is, but.
And in this case, if Katie had been born with forceps delivery, could that improve her chances or make it more likely she could have a subdural bleed?
I'm not sure I follow the question.
Why would infants develop subdural bleeding with birth?
Well, birth is a traumatic event on both participants in different ways, but certainly a brain injury during birth is a possibility.
When you say brain injury, I'm not talking about the brain itself. I'm just talking about whether or not you can develop subdural bleeding, or are you including subdural bleeding as a brain injury?
I would include it because if you have a subdural bleed, you've probably had at least some minor amount of brain injury, if not a huge amount.
Okay. And if infants have a subdural bleed at birth, does it go away eventually?
Yes,
And does the bleeding devolve into a subdural fluid collection?
yes,
Okay, so my question is, we can't rule out that subdural fluid collection is somehow related to her birth.
that could be an element of what's going on here, but
I understand, it's not the whole picture, but it's part of it.
right.
Doctor, if you could turn to Chow, it's handwritten 64 in these
I'm
records.
sorry, could you repeat?
64. Towards the beginning.
I'm getting there. 64, I have it.
Yes, okay. And do you recognize what that is in general?
This is an emergency room starting documentation sheet.
Would it be called an admission sheet or?
I don't remember what I used to call it, but I recognize it as the first part of an ER record.
And granted, these are old, so it's not what it looks like today, correct?
Probably so.
Okay. Doctor, when patients come into the, and you said this is the emergency department starting sheet, right? It's important to get a history, correct?
Oh, yes.
And one of the first things the physicians want to know is they want to know, when did you notice something was off with the child, correct?
Right.
And here they've indicated that it was 15 to 20 minutes after the midnight feeding.
Yes.
And if the EMS providers testified that they were dispatched at 18 minutes after midnight, this would be consistent with that information.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Yeah, sorry, it was not a very good question. If EMS reported that they were dispatched, 911 was called at 18 minutes after midnight, in the history received in the ER is that 15 to 20 minutes after midnight, the child was noticed to be not breathing, those things would be consistent.
Yeah, that would mean they noticed the lack of breathing and immediately called 911.
Correct. Doctor, in this case, from what you've reviewed of the records, was it evident that she would not survive pretty much as soon as she arrived at the ER?
I think that might be stretching it. You know, it would have been very clear the instant the child arrived that this was a kid who was in deep trouble. But unable to survive, that would be a bit of a stretch. It didn't take long to collect enough information to make that determination.
Okay, from her medical findings, you mean?
Yes.
Doctor, do you recall reporting this to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office?
I see it in my note. I don't have any independent recollection.
And do you have any independent I'm assuming you have no independent recollection of the information that you gave them when you
Sorry,
contacted them?
I couldn't hear the end of that.
So am I right to assume that you do not have an independent recollection of the information you provided to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office when you called them? Or
That's
contacted them?
correct.
Okay.
Oh. No. Oh, good. Unfrozen. Took a freeze tag.
And Doctor, am I correct in assuming you did not interview either of the parents of the baby?
From the notes, it's clear that I spoke to them.
Okay. Do you recall, do you have any recollection of that discussion?
I just have my notes.
She is not good at
Doctor, I
asking
don't have any other
questions.
questions. Thank you.
Thank
I will move
goodness.
exhibit number 1 into the record.
Just to maintain a clean record. We
Oh,
can
sorry,
refer this-
defense one.
Yeah, sorry, defense exhibit 1. Any objection?
No objections to the portions that were testified. It references records from 2 different hospital visits, so I don't know if it contains both. So to the extent that it has records from the 7/22 visit, I do object.
That's fine. You're right.
Okay, so the court will receive and mark exhibit defense number 1 as to the portions agreed to on the record.
Oh, goodness.
Doctor, I want to start off on page 64 that you were just asked about. The admission note indicates that the baby was actually fed well prior to the midnight feeding. Is that what it says?
Yeah, he doesn't remember. I think he's really honest. I like him as a witness. It's just like, it is what it is. Unlike this camera.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a continuation of a sentence that starts in the box above it. More tired, listless today, but fed well prior to the midnight feeding. Yes.
It indicates that the baby was tired and listless, but fed well prior to that last feeding, right?
Yes.
That was the medical history that was gathered from the parents.
Yes.
Same medical history says no fever for the child, right?
Correct.
No vomiting prior to that midnight feeding.
Yes, that's right.
In fact, no other problems reported prior to that midnight feeding. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about subdural bleeding and birth. Children can have subdural bleeding from birth, right?
Yes.
And it's almost always benign and heals within a month. Isn't that right?
Yes.
It's also in very different locations than what we have here. Isn't that right?
That's probably a better question for a neonatologist than a pediatric intensivist.
Fair. I will ask someone else that question later. If the medical examiner who performed the autopsy only reported seeing acute blood on autopsy, that would completely rule out in any way, shape, or form that this is from birth. Isn't that right?
The acute blood would not be from birth. That's 7.5 weeks of life.
All right. Now, you were asked questions about the child being denied oxygen for a substantial period of time. Can you follow those questions?
Yes.
The purpose of CPR is to manually try and trigger the heart to beat as well as to give ventilation to the child. Is that fair?
It's close. So CPR is meant to actually put into the brain, even if the heart's not working otherwise, to sustain life and brain function.
So you were asked to suppose that there was nothing being done in the 5 minutes between when the 911 call was placed and when paramedics arrived on scene. But if CPR is being administered during that time frame, something is being done. Isn't that right?
That's true.
And then when the paramedics arrive on scene and they're administering CPR, you notice indicate that that child is also being bagged ventilated. What is that?
That means the providers are mask to the face that's attached to a bag that's receiving oxygen. So when they squeeze the bag, they push oxygen into the lungs.
So they're pushing oxygen into the lungs and they're producing blood by administering CPR. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's being done, to the best of your knowledge, the entirety of the transport of that child from the residence to the hospital. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the child is listed at the hospital, also not breathing when they stop doing that to see what the child's current condition is. Is that fair?
That's my presumption. I don't know if I actually read that in here, but they can't otherwise say there's no pulse.
Council asked you questions about lack of oxygen. During your time in the PICU at Children's Hospital Wisconsin, I assume you've seen a lot of children who have unfortunately drowned.
Yeah. Yes.
To their brain was anything like how this child clinically presented at the hospital?
Not initially. No.
No, very different, right?
Yes.
The injuries that you saw on this child were consistent with trauma, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Explain that to the jury.
When there's brain trauma, whether it's from a shaking injury, an impact injury, a gunshot, the tissue damage is immediate, and so you see prompt swelling and fresh blood. In the case of a near drowning, the injury takes more time to develop because the injury is the lack of oxygen, And that produces some chemicals in the tissue like lactic acid that can then lead to brain swelling that typically is not present initially, but grows over time as the brain responds to this injury with swelling.
When a child like Gavin suffers a traumatic brain injury, can hypoxia be a secondary injury to that brain injury?
Absolutely.
Can you explain how that works?
Well, there's nothing about brain trauma that makes it impossible for you to suffer from an injury from lack of oxygen supply to the brain. So the two could actually potentiate, could combine to make things worse. So you could certainly have a traumatic injury, a traumatic injury and then a hypoxic injury, and the two together would make things worse over time. This course of illness was so fast, though, that a secondary hypoxic injury didn't really have time to produce the bad things that we're seeing.
So what you see here is traumatic brain injury, is that fair?
Yes.
You were asked about the coagulation studies and there being an abnormal result. In a case where a child comes in with this nature of injury with bleeding on the brain, an abnormal result with coagulation is quite normal, is that right?
If you have a significant amount of tissue trauma, you're going to have some abnormal bleeding tests on your blood, yes.
That's to be expected if you suffer a traumatic injury like this.
If it's bad enough, yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying is there's no reason to suspect that there was a previous bleeding disorder in this particular child.
Well, I know from reading the record that there was a previous hematologic workup that didn't show any coagulopathy, except for one very specific rare question about a blood test that showed a minimal abnormality. So we know that all the common coagulopathies had already been ruled out.
All the common coagulopathies have been ruled out, and the other one where it was minor, the reading was off a minor bit, the doctors attributed potentially to her being premature, is that right?
That could be, I don't remember reading that.
Okay. So let me try to cover everything after, sorry.
Sure.
That's all I got, thank you.
Dr. Brief follow-up. When the brain swells, it looks the same no matter the cause, correct?
With a CT scan, it's hard to make any differentiation. If you don't know the time course and you're just looking at a CT scan, it might be hard to tell what was the cause of this swelling. Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Doctor.
Thank you, doctor. If you could step down. Please hand it. Sir, if you wouldn't mind, thank you.
He's like, I can't. I don't know the answer to that question, Gabby. I was trying to find a picture of him while he was a clown, and when I was reading, like, he was a clown, and then hearing the estate's opening, if those alleged things that allegedly happened to those other children are true, and if he did the things that he had to register as an offender of as Baker would say, a smexual nature for life. All I could think of was John Wayne Gacy. I don't have any idea. I assume he was doing kids' parties, and I'm glad he's not anymore if those charges, if what the state said is true. So I don't know. And I couldn't find a picture. So I just made it bad. And that's just funny. Flash fan. Yes, I would never trust John Wayne Gacy. Well, he's not here anymore, so I don't have to. And I don't want any of his art. And they are going to take a break, and we are going to fast forward. It's kind of funny because the cameraman never turns off the sound. And you can just kind of pick up you can't pick up everybody's, but you pick up a lot of conversation in there. And it's like, no, I don't think I should be hearing this. But I guess that's not plexiglass. That's like, we saw this in, I hate to bring it up, eh, Judge Wolf's courtroom, uh, where, we couldn't find a certain female, um, product, feminine product. That courtroom had you had the people up front and then the glass wall where they walked through the door. I don't know what that purpose is. Maybe to protect the people inside, I don't know. I have no idea. But, you just that's why people don't like clowns. Why would any I don't know. Bozo, if we looked into, if we looked into Bozo's background, who knows what we would find, so let's not. You got me. But that courtroom is the same as this courtroom, except for the, defense and prosecutor tables weren't offset from each other, they were even. But anyway, here we go. So the next witness is the mother, Christine's, sister, I believe.
Mr. Torrance and Ms. Grasso with your next witness.
Sorry. I'm not sure if I'll need to slow her down or not. So let me know.
Elizabeth Brenner, Elizabethbrenner.
Thank you. Ms. Grasso.
I'm good, thank you. Christine is my sister. And Catherine is my niece. Quiet. Okay.
How are you, ma'am?
Correct. Yes. I was it was the summer after my first year in college. So I was 19, a year. I am. Correct. Correct. Yes. Yeah, we're a close family. Yeah. At that point, I was just getting to know him. Mhm. Mhm. I did. She did. Yeah. Mhm. She was very, was excited to go, and we lived together in the dorm. I had a group of friends in the dorm from the year before, and a lot of us stayed for the second year. And she roomed with me, and so I introduced her to my friends. She went to classes. She made friends. She was very social. She was. She was different when he would come and visit. She would spend she would just spend her time with him. She wanted to be with him, and so most often they would stay in our dorm room together, and I noticed a little odd behaviors, like they often would huddle together. They were always really close to each other, and they would huddle together and whispering in each other's ears and talking quietly. So when he would come, I often would just leave the room. Mhm. No, she didn't.
She didn't participate in any of the floor activities that she had been doing, that she would do with me when he wasn't there.
Do you remember talking to Michael Bigelow?
I do,
Okay, that was in November 20th, 1998, correct?
correct.
Did he contact you?
He did,
Okay, and where did you meet him?
at my home.
He was investigating this, correct?
Mhm. Yes,
The funny thing about court orders, they have to be yes or no's.
okay,
You can't take it.
good to know.
It's a bit hard. So you met with him, does anybody else there was met with him, or did you guys just meet one-on-one?
My husband Jeff was with me.
So you two were together and you met with Mr. Long. And let's see. You started to describe a bruise incident where you first hit bruise on Christine. Is that after college?
That was after she left college, yes.
But it sounds like she leaves Whitewater, correct?
Mhm.
And we're still there.
Mhm.
Tell me about this.
Yes. I would come home on the weekends and see her. And one time I noticed that, I noticed a bruise on the inside of her arm.
What made that notable to you? You remember it so much that you told Mr. Long?
Well, because it was on the inside of her arm. So if she had injured herself, like bumped into something, it would have been on the inside of her arm. It was fairly small. I'm trying to remember exactly how large it was, but at that, it was a fairly small bruise, that particular one, yeah.
Did you say anything about
I didn't at that time.
Did you tell anybody else about that?
I don't remember. I might have, because we, as a family, had concerns about the relationship between Christine and Ron.
And we'll talk about that, but I want to talk about some of these specific incidents that you
Okay,
Do you remember an evening that Christine called you middle of the night?
yes.
And was this back, this was after college, correct?
This was after college for me. So this was several years later.
And this is before Katie's born, but she's still dating Ron, correct?
Yes,
So you were in your mid-20s?
yes,
About 20-something now?
yes.
Tell me about that incident. You're asleep, correct?
Hello, Becca. How you doing? I am streaming. We are streaming a trial that started during Sarah Boone. But it's a cold case. It's 30 years old, and it is not about clowns. It's actually about this guy. Apparently, was Silly the Clown at one point in his life, but the judge ruled that inadmissible, that it would be prejudicial towards him. I don't know. But he is on trial for the death of his 7-week-old daughter in 1991. So they have, I still haven't figured out why they brought it back 30 years later. But definitely not Slurpee the Clown. But that's what we are. It's in Wisconsin, so Wisconsin. Go Badgers. This is the sister to the baby's mother. She was never charged.
Yes, I was sleeping, and the phone rang, and I heard it and answered it, and Christine was on the other end of the phone. And she was screaming, "Help me, help me," over and over again, and then it was, he's either going to hurt me or he's going to kill me, and I'm assuming referring to Ron, because that's who she was with, and I get my parents. So I was living at home at the time. I had a year in between college and work, and where I lived at home. And so I get my parents, and actually, no, I take that back.
He is not related to the Rittenhouse judge / man. All I said was the last name is spelled Schroeder, as the judge in the Rittenhouse trial. But in Wisconsin, for whatever reason, Schroeder is said as Schrader. So that's why I said that. flashbang and get me in trouble. Get me some, I don't know with what, but you know.
I asked her if we should come and get her. So, and she
I don't know.
said yes.
Good question.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Then you say, should I call her, right?
Yes.
Was she living at a regular apartment time?
Yes. Yes.
And she indicated to you yes.
She did.
So what do you do next?
That's when and when that happens, then she hangs up the phone.
The phone call is
But yes, it ends abruptly.
where do you go?
And I go to my parents, my mom and dad, and I get them up and let them know. My brother Eric was living at home as well. And so we get up and we're getting ready to go, and the phone rings again. And it's Christine again. And she's surprisingly calm on the other end of the phone and saying, we don't need to come. So the phone call ended, and then, we talked about it as a family, what we were going to do. And ultimately, we ended up not going.
So you chose, she called you up, right?
Yeah, yes.
You guys ended up not going down. Why did you go?
Well, to be honest, this is, 4 years, three or 4 years into the relationship. And we knew that Ron had a pretty strong hold on Christine. He had alienated her. I mean, it was surprising she called our house, even called our house, but he had alienated her from us. And we suspected that there was abuse. That's correct.
So you didn't report it to the police, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
Because in my case, for me, I was afraid that I would make it worse by calling the police. She called, whatever the issue was between them was resolved. She was calm, and I should say it was resolved. But I was afraid if we went over there that would anger him and it would make it worse for her.
You went to Florida Bank at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the bank had a payment out, right?
Becca, this is day one. We're almost through it. You just missed the doctor that was in the PICU. Nobody remembers anything because it was 30 plus years ago. And so we had the first witness was a paramedic who just really, I don't know. And the video froze halfway, like right when the defense started to cross-examine him. And it just quit. And then you haven't missed much. Opening statements are good because it does lay out a lot of stuff that we haven't gotten to yet as far as his history with not only this baby, who obviously did not have a good outcome, but then he had 2 other girlfriends after that who, one of them, I think he had babies with both of them. Both of the babies are alive, but both of the babies were also injured when they happened to be alone with him. If that's true, that doesn't look good for him. So yeah, probably opening statements would be good to go back to, but then I don't know that you missed a whole lot after that because it's just a lot of people reading reports from 30 years ago. I don't care. Since you told us you're going to go do that, then we'll know what you're talking about. So go for it.
Yes. Yes. That was that was after Katie was born, and I was babysitting Katie.
Okay, so when you talked to Mr. Angela, you talked about timelines, correct?
Yes.
This is gonna be the first that you talk about after Katie was born.
Yes.
So Katie was born on July 3rd, 91, right?
Yes.
And then she died
Thank you. Me too.
Correct, yeah. I was babysitting Katie. I had her for the day, and I was excited to take her to the bank picnic and show her off to my colleagues, and she was fine, totally normal. I did not. Yes. Yes. No.
The next incident I want to talk about is when she was first hospitalized on July 22nd. Remember that?
Yes,
At some point, did you go to the hospital?
I did. I went the second day.
And was that the day that she had all of the bruising on her chest now?
She did, yes.
What do you remember seeing of the event?
I went to the hospital, and Christine and my mom and dad were there, and I saw Katie, and they changed her, and I was able to see the bruises and scratches on her abdomen.
Clearly, you understand something was wrong.
Yes.
Did you try to address this with your sister Christine?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. We were at the hospital. My mom and dad were there. It was, at that time, there was no explanation what it was from. So I guess I just didn't have really the opportunity to address it with her.
After that first hospital, did you connect her over here at Christine's house, right? With Glenn Harrison?
Yeah.
Do you remember that name?
I do, yes.
You reported that he was sleeping the entire time.
The entire time.
Did you ever go to check on her when she was sleeping?
Oh, no, we were holding her.
Oh, you were holding her.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
What observations did you make of Kate when you were holding her when she was sleeping?
Just that she was sleeping the entire time.
Sleeping fine.
Sleeping fine.
Did you notice any bruising?
I did not.
Did you notice any trauma?
Nope.
And that's after the first hospitalization, right?
Yes.
Okay. The next incident I want to talk about is you went to a Make-A-Wish Foundation walk. Remember that night?
I do.
Okay, this was right before the August 20th, correct?
It was the 24th, yes.
The day prior.
Mhm.
So you go to that walk in the morning, and at some point you call Christine, right?
I do.
Do you remember why you called her?
We had plans to get together that night. Ron was going to be gone, and so I was going to go over to her house and watch movies and see the baby. And so I was calling her after the walk and to finalize the plans.
So you guys say you called her between 2 and 5 that night, right?
I'd say, yeah.
Did you give her a call? Do you know where she was?
She told me she was at the ground round.
Is that where Ron was at?
It was.
What did you hear in the background of this phone call?
So I could hear Katie in the background. I heard, it sounded to me like Katie was having trouble breathing. I heard whimpering. At one point, I heard like kind of a loud, high-pitched squeal and a grunt. It didn't sound like she was comfortable or that she was doing well.
Did you say anything to Christine about this?
I did.
And what did you say?
I asked her if Katie was okay.
What did she tell you?
She told me she has a cold.
I'm sorry.
She had a cold.
Did you end up going over to her house at one point?
I did not. I also asked her if she took her to the doctor.
You said she should go, correct?
I asked her if she had, she said she had, and that the doctor said she had a cold.
And I want to talk about the 25th, right?
Mhm.
On the 25th, who did you get a call from?
Christine,
And you get a call from Christine, where did you go?
to Children's Hospital.
Is that the first time you see Christine that day?
Yes.
When you see Christine, what do you remember from the
She was crying. Mhm.
And then it's pretty much right?
It was very emotional.
What was on there?
He was.
What was it?
He was no emotion.
At some point, you had mentioned they got some sort of on there, right? Christine,
I'm forgetting. It at the hospital, you mean? Okay. Okay. Okay.
at some point, the doctor was on the street saying that there was this abuse, correct?
Correct.
Do you talk to Christine then?
No, no, not right away.
At some point, does Christine indicate to you that night that she knew something?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were at?
I was, not specifically, somewhere in the hospital.
Do you remember if you
I think there were several of us from the family there, and I think the topic came up, and she said that she hadn't done anything to Katie. Okay.
After Katie's death, you were still living in your parents' house, correct?
Yes.
And Christine moved in with mom, right?
Yes.
So everybody had your
Yes.
whole house.
Right. Me and my mom, dad, my brother, Christine, and Ron.
So everyone did, right?
Mhm.
Tell me about when you told the investigator about the whole incident.
So Ron would leave books laying around our house. They were books like titled "How to Beat the Criminal Justice System" and "How to Find Anyone Anywhere." He would leave those laying around, and I was certain it was in an attempt to intimidate us and to scare us.
So you knew that it's intimidation, right?
I did.
How do you know he was around?
I don't know for sure.
The last thing I want to talk about is at some point you ended up moving to Kentucky, correct?
Yes.
You and your husband and Kentucky, you lived there for 2 years, right?
Yes, for 5 years.
Christine ended up coming down during the fall of '96.
Yes.
At that point, what was her relationship status with Ron?
She had left. She had separated from him.
And at some time,
I think so. Yes.
when she gets down there, who's there?
Me and my husband.
It's you and Jeffrey.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And at some point, she started to disclose information.
She did.
What did she tell you about?
She came down specifically to talk to me, she said, and that she told me that we talked about the night that she called our parents' house, that phone call, the help me phone call. And she told me what happened that night.
She told you specifically about that.
Yes,
Did she mention the abuse?
she did.
Is that the first time that she had started talking about abuse?
It is.
Did she tell you about an incident with Delphi?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She said that that night that she made the phone call, that Delphine was at their apartment. So Delphine, Ron, and Christine were at the apartment, and that Christine and Ron got into an argument over Delphine, and he threw her down on the floor and was sitting on her stomach, and she was pregnant at the time.
Any sort of abuse to you?
Mhm.
Did this surprise you at all?
It did, yes,
Why did it surprise you?
because it had been a long time, and in the past, she denied the abuse every time confronted about it, or yeah. So.
Let me mess up our timeline. Put it back.
That's okay.
Okay. There was a bicycle incident, correct?
There was a time when she had a swollen lip and like a cut on her lip.
And to put this in perspective, the first incident you observed was kind of that inner arm.
Yes, correct.
This is after that.
This is the second time I saw abuse on Christine.
And so,
Abuse on Christine.
this is on the upper lip, right?
It is.
And did you say anything to her?
I did. I asked her what happened to her lip.
What did she say?
She told me she fell off her bike.
There's also another incident, when she's living in that apartment, that Waterford apartment, that you saw her in the news, correct?
I did.
What do you remember from that?
I was over at her apartment with her, and she was changing her clothes. I was in the room with her while she was changing her clothes, and I noticed a fairly large bruise on her arm as well.
And the clothes that she had taken off, the new clothes she was putting on, was that concealed?
Yes. Yes,
Did you address that with her?
I did not.
Elizabeth, at the beginning of your conversation, you started talking about how when you guys were in college, that Ron was kind of alienating her from her college lifestyle, her friends, right?
Right.
Can you tell me more about that?
I guess specifically it was that they just, she wouldn't participate in any, or she or they wouldn't participate in any of the events like on the floor, and they stayed in the dorm room almost all the time.
And as soon as Ron goes back to you guys, in college, she go back to doing activities.
Yes. Mhm.
Did she have a solid girl group in college?
It kind of was, I mean, it was because I had been there for a year, it was the group of girls, yes, that I hung out with. I do know that from her classes, she met people too. Yeah,
So she had a friend group and you guys had a friend.
correct.
But when Ron was there, she didn't hang out with that friend group.
With either one, no.
When did you start noticing that she kind of changed her wardrobe and very different clothing?
That was more after college, after she lived with me.
What do you, can you tell me more about that? Where different things in your off season?
Yeah. So she started wearing long sleeves, long pants, even when it was, really, really warm in the middle of summer. And that seemed strange. And
Did you ever say being eat? What do you do in a sweatshirt?
I don't remember.
But these are things that you know in your head as you went, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn?
Yes, I'd like to ask you some questions directly related to the allegations in this case.
Okay.
Understand that?
Yes.
Okay, July 22nd, 1991. Do you have any specific first-hand knowledge about any of the allegations in the criminal complaint against Mr. Schrader?
Any firsthand knowledge?
Correct.
No.
Do you have any first-hand knowledge of anything on August 24th or August 25th, 1991, regarding the pulseless non-breathing state that came into and subsequent passing the next day?
No.
It's your testimony that you called Christine at the roundabout.
Yes.
Did you have the number for the roundabout?
She had a cell phone.
And during that conversation, you were able to ascertain, based on your knowledge of Christine and your knowledge of Katie, that Katie was not well.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that this was between 2 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, probably earlier, or more on the earlier side.
And you saw the video earlier in this trial where they were at the video store renting videos. It was a plan for you and Christine to watch videos that night, where watch the ball games and trying to drown out your text.
Yes,
And it was Christine that took the action to cancel that, so you didn't come over the house, correct?
that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Grasso?
I just don't know where to talk about. Christine had a cell phone connection, correct?
She did.
Did you have a cell phone?
No.
This is 1991, right? A lot of people have cell phones there.
Right.
Who gave her, how did she acquire a cell phone?
Ron gave it to her.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about the cell phone?
She did not talk specific, I mean, other than he gave it to her. Mhm.
Did she ever say, this is so wrong, you can't find it? What was the reason that she had a cell phone? What was nobody else did?
Yes, she would say so that he could get in contact with her. She also had a pager. And that were more conversations about the pager.
Who gave her, how did she have a pager?
He gave her a pager as well.
Did she have a pager and then she got a cell phone?
I don't remember which she got first, and yeah, I don't remember.
Were you ever familiar with this pager and cell phone?
Yeah, yes,
Okay. What do you remember about that?
she would call. So one time the pager went off she was over at my parents' house and the pager went off. And I recall she immediately went over to the telephone and called him and was talking to him in low whispers like she often did.
Was it pretty immediate response?
Immediate.
Was
Mhm.
that before they had Katie?
I don't know.
You don't remember. I have nothing else either.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn?
She didn't use her cell phone, she had to use the house phone.
At the time, she might not have had the cell phone. I don't remember the timing of when she had the cell phone and the pager.
Nothing else.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brewer. You can step down.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I hope she would find this cameraman's work funny, Flash fan. Because it's ridiculous.
I mean, the court clerk has been swearing you in.
Been waiting for that all day.
My name is Mary Pelner, Pelner.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to start with Ms. Grasso.
Okay. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Christine is my niece and godchild. Yes. Oh, no, I think we saw each other several times a month.
Can she move
I
the
need to be
own
louder?
microphone closer
Oh.
to her?
It's a very big room, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. Christine, what I noticed was that she was more anxious, that she had a lot of desire to please Ron, that she seemed nervous, and that she just kind of lost that spark, that kind of the joy. She just seemed tense all the time. Yes. Timeline, I don't know if I can speak to that. Yes. When we would get together, she would be wearing baggy clothes. She would be, even if it was quite warm outside, she'd be wearing turtlenecks and long sleeves. Oh, yes. She basically would say that she was always cold, or that she had hit herself, or that she had walked into a wall and had a bruise. I mean, she would just say she's always cold. Yes. I was really concerned. I really thought that she might even need to be hospitalized. She was very anorexic, I thought. Oh, yes. She said that Ron liked her to be thin.
At some point, she expresses to you that she's going to marry Ron, right?
Say it again?
She tells you that she's going to marry Ron.
Yes.
And you've had a conversation with Christine about that.
We did go to dinner, yes.
Was it just you and her?
Yes.
Okay, what was the point of you taking her there?
We were talking a little bit about the wedding. I was going to sing her wedding. And we were talking a little bit about the music, and we talked about how things were going for she and Ron.
Do you remember talking about the control?
I remember expressing concern to her about some of the changes that I had seen in her, Ron's control. And basically said, you know, if this isn't the right time, or if this isn't the right person, think about it.
How did she respond to you saying that?
She said she loved Ron.
I want to fast forward now a couple weeks after Katie's born to hospitalized for the first time around July 22nd, right?
Say it again?
Okay. After Katie's born,
Yeah,
she goes into the hospital for a stay.
she did.
Late July, right?
Mhm.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you go to the hospital at that point?
Yes,
Okay, and when you got there, did you see the bruising on Katie?
I did.
And what did you think of that?
It looked pretty serious to me.
What did you say?
You know, we talked about where the bruising was and how she was bruised. And I think it was my mom that was with me at the time that we went to visit, and Christine was there, and I believe my sister was there also.
Was Ron
Ron came in just about the time that we were leaving.
Where was he?
He had been, as he said, I think, sunbathing and exercising and brought a pizza in.
At some point after he was hospitalized, you guys had a family meeting, is that right? Do
Yes,
you remember that?
yes.
Where was that?
That was at my sister and brother-in-law's home.
That's the house in Old Homes, right?
Yes, Christine's parents.
Do you remember who was at this family meeting?
I believe it was, well, I know Pat, my sister, her husband, Christine was there, Ron was there, Mary Brown was there, and I was there.
What was the point of this family meeting?
It was to kind of talk about what had happened to Katie and, try to get a better picture, from them, what happened,
Would it be fair to say this family meeting was called because clearly something was going on?
She was in the hospital and she was so young and so fragile and she had bruises and we were concerned, really concerned about what had happened and why and trying to keep it from happening again.
So you addressed this with Christine, right?
Christine and Ron were there.
And what did they say in response to the concern?
Ron said that one of the guards at the hospital had told him that you could stick a broom up her butt and they couldn't do anything about it. And that it was none of our business.
At some point, do you remember meeting with Mr. Nicola?
Yes,
Do you remember telling him that Ron tried to minimize the injuries that you guys saw in the hospital?
he just basically said, it's none of your business and everything's gonna be okay. And, he did not appear very concerned about what had happened and I was.
After that family meeting, did you begin to monitor Christine and Catherine?
I tried to have more frequent contact just to see how she was doing. And to see if there was any way that we could be helpful or supportive or do something to make it better for Katie and for them.
Was this you just having phone conversations with Christine, or you trying to physically go to the apartment more often?
I did go to the apartment once on my own.
At some point in the summer of '91, you go on vacation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, where did you go?
Colorado.
Go to Colorado. Okay. You get back from Colorado and you met with Christine and Katie, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Said yes.
Yes.
Okay. And when you meet with her, you remember that Katie was kind of crying, right?
When I got there, Christine was upset and Katie was crying and she said she was having trouble getting Katie comfortable.
Did you observe any injuries, Katie?
No,
And what did you do? Katie's crying, Christine's upset. What do you do?
I picked Katie up and walked around with her, tried to comfort her, tried to get her to sleep, to stop crying. And she just was unconsolable.
How long do you think you tried to work with Katie to get her to settle down?
I would say a half hour or so.
So she's still crying and upset. At some point, Ron comes home, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what happens then?
Christine said to give Katie to Ron and that he had a special way with her.
And where did Ron take Katie?
Takes her into the bedroom.
And does he close the door? when
He
goes in?
closed the door.
And where were you and Christine?
We were in the living room area.
So he goes into the bedroom before showing Katie, right?
Right.
When he takes Katie in there, she's still crying.
Yes.
Okay, and then what happens?
After about 15 minutes, he came out with Katie and she wasn't crying any longer. And I thought she was sleeping and he put her in her bassinet and she stayed settled and she looked comfortable and she was sleeping.
Did you pick her up again after that?
No,
Did you really go over and interact with her after that?
I went over to look at her to give her a kiss when I left.
Was she clothed at that time?
Yes.
Or had a blanket or something?
Yes.
So you weren't able to see her entire body?
No,
Did you ever say to Ron, how did you do it? How did you make her stop crying?
no.
Okay, why not?
Well, I left shortly after they brought Katie out to the living room. It was kind of close quarters and she was sleeping and resting. And I thought, this is a good time for me to leave and not have her wake up and be uncomfortable.
Was that the last time you saw Katie?
Alive, yes.
Okay, I want to fast forward to, all of these incidents happen, you end up having this family meeting, you're alerted that something is going on, but you never call the police, right?
No, I never did call the police.
Why did you do that?
Well, we had spoke with the social worker when Katie was in the hospital at Children's. So we knew that there were people involved and were investigating. And when I went to see Katie and she was calmed and comfortable, I didn't think to, I mean, we did talk about before Ron got home, when I couldn't console her, I said, maybe we should take her to the hospital because she was crying quite hard. And all of a sudden she was comfortable and calm and she was in her bassinet.
At some point, did you ever address this issue with Christine after all of this happened, after Katie passed away? Did you address this with Christine?
I don't remember directly. I don't remember talking about it until Detective Mendola came to talk to me, which was a while later.
Right, that was several years ago, right?
It was.
Did Christine ever acknowledge any sort of abuse by Ron on her?
Say it again.
Did Christine ever say that Ron abused her?
She never said he abused her. We saw bruises. We saw markings on her face, on her neck, on her arms. But there were always reasons. She had fallen off a bike or walked into a door or had fallen. So there were always reasons for that, but we knew she was in trouble.
I'm gonna back up our timeline. When she's in the hospital, on July 22nd, do you remember that incident?
When she was in the hospital?
When she was in the hospital for that second, you were there?
Yeah.
Okay. You go to the hospital, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and do you remember talking to Christine about the bruises on Catherine's side?
I don't remember talking about, I mean, we all saw them because the doctor came in to examine Katie. So while the doctor was examining Katie, we were there and we saw the bruises.
Do you
And
remember telling Mr. Vandola that you were asking questions, or the whole family was kind of asking questions about how the bruises were acquired on her stomach and abdomen?
at the family meeting, right after she was discharged, yes, we did talk to them. And
And what did Ron say about how she got that?
he said that her stomach had hit his belt buckle while he was feeding her.
Did he try to explain that Katie was fussy, so tried to comfort her?
I don't remember that.
If that's what you told Mr. Vandola, would that be true?
Yes,
Okay, that she was fussy and he tried to comfort her and must have held her too close up against his belt buckle?
yes,
And that was his explanation for that July 22nd, all that bruising on her body?
yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you very much.
Mr. Glenn?
Let's start out with the apartment, Waukesha County, go over, kind of check after Steve and Ron check. You know what I'm talking about? The apartment?
Then I went to the apartment to see them? Yes,
You went to the apartment.
yes.
The apartment they lived in was a very small apartment, correct?
It was a one-bedroom, yes.
Right, so there was the living room, the kitchen with there wasn't like a separate door or anything in the kitchen.
No, it was like a galley, yeah.
A galley, right?
Mhm.
Okay. 700 square feet? Well,
I don't know.
between here, I mean, it was literally, you could see anyone or hear anyone within that apartment, correct? Close quarters.
It was. They had the bassinet in the living room, but they had living room furniture in there and they had TV. And I mean, it was a pretty regular sized one-bedroom apartment.
And the scene that you described on direct examination was one of a mother and a loving aunt, godmother to the mother, struggling to console the child, right?
Correct.
And the father came home, a loving father came home and was able to console the child, correct?
He came home and took Katie into the bedroom and she came out and she was what I thought sleeping, yes. And she was not crying anymore.
A loving father consoled his child.
Yes.
Now, you keep getting asked questions, and other people have asked questions about this Vandola investigation. Katie passed on August 25th, 1991, correct?
Mhm.
And there was an investigation, correct?
Can you?
Was there an investigation into Katie's death?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay, in 1991. And then what the state was referencing is investigator Michael Vandola from Madison, from the Department of Justice, Department of Criminal Investigation, was brought in, and then he did another investigation in 1998 and 1999. Is that your recollection?
I don't, I believe that there was an investigation at the time that Katie died. And then we did, Mike Mendola did come to my house and he did interview me at that time.
And that was 6, 7 years after.
It was a time after. I don't know the exact timeline.
But you just cooperated because you wanted to cooperate. It's the right thing to do, right?
The detective called and asked if he could come and see me, and I said yes.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grasso.
Your next one the incident where she was crying, we were speaking together to settle down. Remember that one?
Mm.
When Ron told me he takes her into the bedroom and shuts the door, right?
Mhm.
Do you ever see what he does in the bedroom?
No,
Does he ever tell you what he does in the bedroom?
no.
So he goes into bed with her and he's inconsolable, right?
Mhm.
So yes.
Yes,
He comes out of the bedroom and she's apparently asleep, right?
right,
No idea what happened there. Right?
right.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Mr. Glenn, anything else?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
She's
Culver. You can sit down.
I'm done. Becca, no, but these cases, I don't like them either. I have opinions, but a lot of people don't cover them because they suck and they're hard. And I just want these poor little kids to have a voice. I don't know what happened to her. I don't like this case necessarily because there's nothing new. Everything is 30 years old. There wasn't any new evidence. So I'm not sure about this. I don't know. But yes, he was he was they knew that he was beating the crap out of her. There's in the defense opening when the woman is speaking, the woman defense attorney, lady defense attorney, whatever you want to call her. She plays a video and I'm not sure why she plays it because to me she asks questions as if she's a prosecutor. The video was taken in a video store because those were a thing, back in 1991 when most of you probably weren't born. But they have Catherine sitting on the ground and her, like her little car seat or whatever, little carrier. And he jokingly places his foot over her face. Like, I don't know. I immediately just was angry because don't even do it as a joke. And then he started singing, "These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are going to walk all over you." Yeah. No. Didn't look good for him. It was basically a blockbuster. I know you're not. I know you're not. A lot of people don't like to. It's not that I'm just like, yay, another abused kid in the world. I just want their story out there. And I'm a little teeny tiny channel to get it out there. We have one more witness today, and it is the mother, Christine's brother. And he is really a pretty short witness.
It's the state's-
Really kind of hope the prosecutor with the pen behind his ear. All right. Cameraman probably won't be able to find him either. Camera person. I was wondering who was going to say it. I agree. 100%.
My name is Eric Beckler, Erickboeckler.
you, sir. We're going to start with Mr. Torkelson.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Do you have a sister named Christine?
Yes.
And is she in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
And is she around 20, 20?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Is Christine older or younger than you?
She's older than me.
What's the age difference between you and Christine?
About 4 years.
About 4 years?
Yeah.
Was there a time when your older sister Christine started dating an individual by the name of Ronald Schroeder?
Yes.
Did you get to know that person?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out, describe who's wearing the court record?
I would stipulate the identification clearly know each other.
So noted for the record.
Did you, was there something that Ron used to do to you when you and Ron would interact?
Yes.
Was it like a flicking motion that you would do?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what Ron would do to you.
So he would randomly at certain times just flick me in the back of the head or in the ear or wherever back there and biff, say the word biff.
Biff.
Yep.
Did you have a lot of interactions with the defendant while he was dating Christine?
Yeah, I remember him being over.
Okay. Fair to say there's an age difference there between you and him, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about a specific time when you were in the car with the defendant and Christine. There's this thing that he would often do to you, he called it biffing. Did you try to do it back to him once?
Yes.
What was the response to you when you tried to do it to him once?
He was on the passenger side and he immediately turned around. He had an angry look on his face. He grabbed both my wrists and told me, "Don't you ever do that again."
Describe how he grabbed your wrist. How did it feel?
He grabbed very hard. Yes.
As if, did it leave marks?
It did at the time. Yes.
How did it feel?
It hurt.
Hurt a lot?
Enough. Yes.
Okay. This was something that he could do to you in a playful manner, but on this particular day, it was clear. You don't dare do that to him. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Did you have a lot of interactions with the defendant and Christine after Katie was born?
I wouldn't call it a lot. A couple.
Couple? Okay. Do you remember being waking up in the middle of the night regarding a phone call that Christine made to your house?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember it was just me, my sister, and my girlfriend at the time.
Tell us about how you were awakened.
To be honest, I remember there was a phone call. I don't remember specifically how I woke up.
Okay. Do you recall what the phone call was about?
The call was about Christine was in the hospital with Katie and we had to go.
Is this is the phone call related to Christine being, or Katie being at the hospital on August 25th, 1991?
Yes,
Regarding the day that she passed away now?
correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same phone call. I understand the phone call you're talking about now.
Okay.
Did you go to the hospital in response to that phone call?
Yes,
Okay. When you went to the hospital, if you recall, what was the time frame between when you got that phone call and when you went to the hospital?
I don't remember the time frame.
Was it a pretty panic phone call? And was it, you understand that you needed to rush to the hospital?
Yes,
Okay. So this wasn't a, come when you can, this is, you should get here now kind of a phone call.
yeah, it was the middle of the night.
Middle of the night.
Yeah.
Something gravely wrong with me, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. You get the phone call, you respond to the hospital, what do you remember about the defendant when you get to the hospital?
I remember being in a very small room. And I was sitting on one side of the room and the defendant was on the other side of the room. And there was some other family members there as well.
Was the defendant awake? Was he asleep? What was he like?
At that point, everyone was awake.
Everyone was awake?
Yep.
Okay. Describe the defendant's demeanor.
I don't remember him ever saying a word, very stern face, and wasn't looking at anyone.
Very stern face, wasn't looking at anyone?
Correct.
He seemed concerned to you?
No.
Thank you. I'm gonna move on.
Mr. Glenn?
Do you have any firsthand knowledge to the allegations on July 22nd, 1991?
No.
Other than your observations of Mr. Schroeder's demeanor at the hospital after the fact, do you have any firsthand knowledge of the allegations?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of anything regarding the allegations on August 24th,
No.
Mr. Robertson?
Nothing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beckler. Thank you. Sit down. Thank you. Back to the state.
Yeah, we have our yards.
Well, you know their sidebars take them completely out of the room, and they don't show anything else after this. So, one of the state's witnesses was sick that day, so I don't know who. I'm not sure if it was maybe the forensic pathologist. Not exactly sure, but I believe I've not watched like ahead, so I'm watching with you guys. Other than like just trying to go through and get timestamps to see who's testifying, I do believe that the his ex-wife, which I thought it was odd that the state didn't mention they were married. So I never thought they were married till the defense was like they were married. Not that it mattered, but it was weird. But I do believe she testifies, so she should be interesting. Um, we still need to have to hear from the forensic pathologist, not the original one, because some people aren't here anymore. It's been 30 years and I can't it's a short trial. I think it was like 6 days. So, if anything pops up though that um we need to like go do, we can always come back to this. I have no problems doing that. But if it doesn't, then I will be back Wednesday with day 2 of this and we'll keep going. I'm just I'm like Becca. I need to know why. I need to know who took a look at this 30 years later and was like, "Yep, that's the guy back there with nothing new." Like somebody needs to explain that to me of what they saw that said he did it. If you take the whole prosecutor statement, opening statement out, which obviously we're not going to do. They haven't given us those people yet. They said those women are going to, or at least one of those women's going to testify that he is also accused or suspected of hurting one of their children. That changes a lot of stuff because if what that is true, like I said earlier, um, he has a history and it's not great, and he has a history with kids that's not great. That kind of tilts my opinion, but if you don't have those, if they don't prove those, if they don't bring those people in to make those statements, then I'm still going to be kind of sitting here saying, what do you have that says it was him? But it's only day 1. They don't have to tell us everything. What would we do the rest of the time? So I will see you guys Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. It's distracting. you talk- Are you talking about the pen? I'm sorry. I hope you're talking about the pen. It is distracting. It was good to be back, you guys. And thank you for everyone, or for everyone. Yes, thank you for everyone. Thank you to everyone that has stopped in, said hello, has watched, uh, is going to watch on replay. I appreciate you, Flash fan. I appreciate all of you for hanging out with me and coming back. Thanks, George. And just sticking by me with just through all that. So I'm good now. I should be good. I know what not to do anymore, and I will not do it. So no problems there. But Your waterproof case is Yoder upset. Gabby said if he grew a beard, he would look like an Amish guy too. Oh my. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Gabby, thanks for being the great mod again today and posting the links. Um, I've starred some of her links and posted them up here a couple of times, but if you want any legal documents, the Gavel Drops is a great place for them. They have a ton of information over there. They work very, very hard to get the court documents and they keep them all very organized and they do a great job. Flash Fan, thank you so much for the super chat today. I appreciate it. And everyone else, I will see you guys again Wednesday. And we are back to regular schedule. So yay us. I was going to say, if you're not a part of that Flash Fan, you should be. They were very nice and have linked my my channel through there. So I was an unexpected gift that happened while I was down. At least I wasn't out, but I was just down. So you guys enjoyed the rest of your day. Becca, make sure you watch the defense opening, all of it, and then they'll put the sidebar on the record afterwards. And Yoder's still angry. I wondered, Flash Fan. I wondered. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I figured just Gabby was just like, here, Flash Fan, post these as your own. All right, you guys, have a great rest of your day. Gotta find my outro because there it is. You know me. I have not done this for a while, and I might mess up the outro, just so you know. So I'll say bye, but I might see you again in 26 seconds. I promise nothing. I promise nothing still. Why is it not playing? Here we go.